Hello everyone, just give me just one moment. Just want to make sure the audio is working. Okay, there seems to be like an echo. Try this. Okay, I think we should be good for now. Alright, let's get the show on the road. Why do I keep doing this? Why do I keep forgetting the logos? This is not Crypto Barons. I'll always end up doing that. Anyhow, hello everyone out there on the interwebs. Just quick rundown because we're already in the midst of this. I'm very sleepy right now. We're going to get to that in a moment. Let me just get this guy back over. There we go. Who am I? Well, I am Side Pocket. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEFCON 201. This is also the first Incense Reward. DEFCON 201 is a computer hacker, maker, crazy, tinkerer, just general elite hacks group in Jersey City, New Jersey. I can't speak this morning. Let me drink some of my orange juice, which will give you a bit of a hint of the time right now in the United States with my crazy hair. We normally meet the third Friday of every month. In fact, we had our last meeting of this year, 2020, on the 18th, if I remember correctly. So that was like a week ago, weeks ago Friday. If you want to know more about us, you can go to our website at defcon21.org. You can also find us on all sorts of social media, such as our Twitter at defcon201nj and on Instagram and GitHub and everything. And in fact, in the chat right now, I just posted a link tree that has all of our social media links. We also want to remind everyone that throughout this entire thing we're going to be doing all week, as well as some future stuff, that basically up until January the 2nd, 2021, so the day after New Year's, this is like the final brain cell. Explain in a moment. I'm getting like hope vibes this year. That we are raising money for Child's Play. It is an awesome charity that is run by the Penny Arcade people. We're at the Penny Arcade Expo, or PAX East, earlier this year, back before people were like rubbing their butts on each other and licking doorknobs, spreading the plague around, in which Child's Play, it's not the movie. I like the Chucky movies, but it's not that. Basically, we're trying to be Hacker Santa. Child's Play raises money, particularly during the holiday season, to get toys such as video games, as well as assistive gear such as ventilators and treadmills and crutches and all sorts of things to sick and injured kids, whether they're physically injured, sick from a disease, sick from some sort of mutation, or have suffered from domestic abuse and mental abuse. If you want to be Hacker Santa, and I'm broke too, but you want to donate like $1, $3, $5, that's what this thing is above me. I also get notifications for it. If you're on Twitch, there's a widget you can click on where you can donate directly. And if you are not on Twitch and you're on DLive and YouTube, or watching us through Tor on YouTube, which means you are a super elite hack, or maybe you're on our recent Facebook edition, don't worry, I got you, fam. I'm going to be throughout today posting links to the Child's Play charity, where you can go and donate. Also, especially if you donate money, but if you also like the content you're going to see all this week, because it's literally going to be a week's worth of content, you can hit that bell, click like, share, and subscribe on Twitch, DLive, YouTube. I think we might have Facebook, and yeah, basically all of our streaming platforms. So whether you follow us or like us or subscribe to us, or even better, donate a couple of bucks to the charity, because we would like to hit the $300 goal. Even if we don't, all that money still goes to the sick kids through Tiltify, because we don't touch the money. Like in Mr. Burns mode right now, in more ways than one. Then you can I get notifications for them. It's going to yell hack the planet or make some sort of chime, and I cheer you on. Same thing if you send us like lemons on DLive or bits on Twitch and super chats on YouTube. So, what's going on today? Well, since we're already kind of late because it's DEFCON 201 and with my crazy hair, all starting today, every day until Wednesday. So the day up until the day before New Year's. So today, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at different times. I think the next 2 days we're going to start at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time each day. And then Wednesday, the final day, will be a very super early 9 a.m. one that's going to kill me. I will particularly be interacting and watching on rC3, which is the Chaos Computer Congress. The Chaos Computer Club is a big hacker group out of Germany. In fact, They've inspired a lot of the different American hacker groups over the years, such as Hackers on Planet Earth and DEFCON and such. And I always wanted to go. They always live stream their stuff every year, but this year, thanks to COVID still going on, because people can't stop rubbing their butts on each other, while a giant plague is going around. Even in Germany, they are doing everything remotely, hence rC3, or Remote Chaos Computer Congress. So we'll be checking that out. I apologize for any sort of lateness that I have on any of these days, but similar to Hope, I'm now really understanding the value of when DEFCON. Let me just quickly check something here. Okay, there's an error with the Facebook apparently. So anyhow, I'm now really appreciating when DEFCON, where they just put all the talks just for download the day everything started, because the big problem that we were having with rC3 was not only waiting to announce what the schedule would be like, but the fact that all of their times, because they're located in Germany, is based on the local German time. So put in perspective, it's supposed to be 6 p.m. right now over there. So right now everyone's, drinking energy drinks and eating lunch or early dinner. They're getting ready to party tonight. It is noon. It is 12:11 right now. And in fact, when their con starts at like 9, 10 a.m. Germany time, it starts at 5, 6 a.m. our time. So that's why we're only starting on like halfway through the con. Thankfully, they do archive talks as the talks happen, so we're going to also selectively look at some earlier talks. But that's why we're always starting at the middle of rC3 instead of the beginning, because the time zones are driving us crazy. And I really should be asleep right now. In fact, I'm actually debating at one point of possibly leaving on some sort of a talk or music activity and then taking a nap and coming back. That might happen, similar to what happened with Hope, just because of the way the time schedulings work. So without further ado, we're going to get into the talk that I really want to see. It's actually one of the most exciting talks I'm about, and at rC3, and then we're going to kind of give a tour about what it is anytime we have some breaks. Okay, so we're going to flip over, and I'm going to have to remove the logo again to the stream screen here. Let's see, there we go, that's the mic. Okay, I see here. There we go. Okay, so as you can see, we're on the DEF CON website, and then we're going to go over this tab, and as you can see here, we're going to be watching, and I'm going to be, I have a TV, a ginormous, actually I think I can take the camera out and show you all. I have a ginormous TV next to me. This is the TV that I play video games on. This is also my dedicated second stream. So the reason why I am looking this way is because I'm going to watch it here, and I'm going to be wearing headphones. We're going to watch a bunch of stuff together. And the first thing we're going to get into, and I'm really excited honestly about this, is hacking the Nintendo Game & Watch. So we're going to go over to I have a lot of tabs open of all sorts of different rC3 or Remote Computer Congress going on. Let me just remember which one is the streams. I think it's this, yep. And we've refreshed the page here. They have a nice little like vector form thing. Again, we're going to more explore this later on. Lots of different things. Basically, they have two main tracks, and then they have a lot of different listings all the way down. So what we're going to do is we're going to go into the Chaos Zone, or actually they're rebroadcasting this in rC2. They basically have a bunch of affiliate groups. It's kind of like the way DEF CON's set up, but a little bit more, honestly, cohesive, because they're all on one page. And then the two main tracks are rC1 and rC2. We're going to be in rC2. And I'm going to put the headphones on. We're going to switch over to desktop audio, and let's see what he has to say about hacking the Nintendo Game & Watch here. Hopefully this audio comes through.
Or something along those lines. And so this is pretty cool to know, because it tells us a couple of things. First off, we know now that the debug port is enabled and working, but that it's unfortunately at RDP level 1, and so we can only dump the RAM. And we also know that the NES ROM is loaded into RAM. And this means that the device runs a real NES emulator. And so if we get lucky, we can, for example, just replace the ROM that is used by the device and play, for example, our own NES game. Next, it was time to dump the flash chip of the device. For this, I'm using a device called Mini Pro, and I'm using one of these really useful SOIC 8 clips. And so these ones you can simply clip onto the flash chip and then dump it. Now, one warning though, the flash chip on the device is running at 1.8 volts, and so you want to make sure that your programmer also supports 1.8 volt operation. If you accidentally try to read it out at 3.3 volts, you will break your flash. Trust me, because it happened to me on one of my units. Now, with this flash dump from the device, we can start to analyze it. And what I always like to do first is take a look at the entropy or the randomness of the flash dump. And so using binwalk with the -E option, we get a nice entropy graph. And in this case, you can see we have a very high entropy over almost the whole flash contents. And this mostly indicates that the flash contents are encrypted. It could also mean compression, but if it's compressed, you would often see more like dips in the entropy. And in this case, it's one very high entropy stream. We also notice that there are no repetitions whatsoever, which also tells us that it's probably not like a simple XOR-based encryption or so, and instead something like AES or something similar. But just because the flash is encrypted doesn't mean we have to give up. On the contrary, I think now it starts to get interesting because you actually have a challenge and it's not just plug and play, so to say. One of the biggest questions I had is the flash actually verified? Like, does the device boot even though the flash has been modified? Because if it does, this would open up a lot of attack vectors, basically, as you will see. And so to verify this, I basically try to put zeros in random places in the flash image. And so I put some at address 0, some at hex 2000 and so on. And then I checked whether the device would still boot up. And with most flash modifications, it would still boot just fine. This tells us that even though the flash contents are encrypted, they are not validated, they are not checksummed or anything, and so we can potentially trick the device into accepting a modified flash image. And this is really important to know, as you will see in a couple of minutes. My next suspicion was that maybe the NES ROM we see in RAM is actually loaded from the external flash. And so to find out whether that's the case, I again took the flash and I inserted zeros at multiple positions in the flash image, flashed that over, booted up the game, dumped the RAM, and then compared the NES ROM that I'm now dumping from RAM with the one that I dumped initially and checked whether they are equal. Because my suspicion was that maybe I can overwrite a couple of bytes in the encrypted flash, and then I will modify the NES ROM. And after doing this for like, I don't know, half an hour, I got lucky. And I modified 4 bytes in the flash image and 4 bytes in the RAM, in the ROM that was loaded into RAM changed. And this tells us quite a bit. It means that the ROM is loaded from flash into RAM and that the flash contents are not validated. And what's also important is that we changed 4 bytes in the flash and now 4 bytes in the decrypted image changed. And this is very important to know because if we take a look at what we would expect to happen when we change the flash contents, there are multiple outcomes. And so, for example, here we have the SPI flash contents on the left and the RAM contents on the right. And so the RAM contents are basically the decrypted version of the SPI flash contents. Now let's say we change 4 bytes in the encrypted flash image to zeros. How would we expect the RAM contents to change? For example, if we would see that now 16 bytes in the RAM are changing, this means that we are potentially looking at an encryption algorithm such as AES in electronic codebook mode, because it's a block-based encryption, and so if we change 4 bytes in the input data, a block size, in this case 16 bytes, in the output data would change. The next possibility is that we change 4 bytes in the SPI flash and all...
There we go. There's been weird sort of bandwidth issues, particularly involving rC3. Apparently, I haven't had any issues until literally just this point. Also, I probably need to restart this computer at some point. I know that Restream's also been having a couple issues, so just please bear with us for this first day. I'm pretty sure things will run smoother the second day.
The clear text gets XORed with the AES-CTR stream, and then we get our ciphertext. Now, if we know the clear text, as we do, because the clear text is the ROM that is loaded into RAM, and we know the ciphertext, which we do because it's the contents of the encrypted flash we just dumped, we can basically reverse the operation, and as a result, we get the AES-CTR stream that was used to encrypt the flash. And now this means that we can take, for example, a custom ROM, XOR it with the AES-CTR stream we just calculated, and then generate our own encrypted flash image, for example, with a modified ROM. And so I wrote a couple of Python scripts to try this. And after a while, I was running hacked Super Mario Bros. Instead of Super Mario Bros. So, woohoo! We hacked the Nintendo Game & Watch one day before the official release, and we can install modified Super Mario Bros. ROMs. Now, you can find the scripts that I used for this on my GitHub, so it's in a repository called Game & Watch Hacking, and I was super excited because it meant that I succeeded and that I basically hacked a Nintendo console one day before the official release. Unfortunately, I finished the level, but Toad wasn't as excited. He told me that unfortunately our firmware is still in another castle. And so on the Monday, after the launch of the device, I teamed up with Konrad Beckman, a hardware hacker from Sweden who I met at the previous Congress. And we started chatting and throwing ideas back and forth and so on. And eventually we noticed that the device has a special RAM area called ITCM RAM, which is a tightly coupled instruction RAM that is normally used for very high performance routines such as interrupt handlers and so on. And so it's in a very fast RAM area. And we realized that we never actually looked at the contents of that ITCM RAM. And so we dumped it from the device using the debugging port, and it turns out that this ITCM RAM contains ARM code. And so again, the question is, where does this ARM code come from? Does it maybe, just like the NES ROM, come from the external flash? And so basically, I repeated the whole thing that we also did with the NES ROM, and I just put zeros at the very beginning of the encrypted flash, rebooted the device, and dumped the ITCM ROM, and I got super lucky. On the first try already, the ITCM contents changed. And because the ITCM contains code, not just data, so earlier we only had the NES ROM, which is just data, but this time the RAM contains code. This means that with the same XOR trick we used before, we could inject custom ITCM code into the external flash, which would then be loaded into RAM when the device boots. And because it's a persistent method, we can then reboot the device and let it run without the debugger connected. And so whatever code we load into this ITCM area will be able to actually read the flash. And so we could potentially write some code that gets somehow called by the firmware and then copies the internal flash into RAM, from where we then can retrieve it using the debugger. Now the problem is, let's say we have a custom payload somehow in this ITCM area. We don't know which address of this ITCM code gets executed. And so we don't know whether the firmware will jump to address 0 or address 200 or whatever. But there's a really simple trick to still build a successful payload, and it's called a NOP slide. A NOP, or no operation, is an instruction that simply does nothing. And if we fill most of the ITCM RAM with NOPs and put our payload at the very end, we build something that is basically a NOP slide. And so when the CPU, indicated by Mario here, jumps to a random address in that whole NOP slide, it will start executing NOPs, 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 and slide down into our payload and execute it. And so even if Mario jumps right in the middle of the NOP slide, he will always slide down the slide, and end up in our
also
payload.
recreated this in Super
And
Mario
Conrad
Maker
wrote
too.
this really simple payload, which is only like 10 instructions, which basically just copies the internal flash into RAM, from where we can then retrieve it using the debugger. So woohoo, super simple exploit. We have a full firmware backup and a full flash backup, and now we can really fiddle with everything on the device. And we've actually released tools to do this yourself. And so if you want to back up your Nintendo Game & Watch, you can just go onto my GitHub and download the Game & Watch backup repository, which contains a lot of information on how to back it up. It does checksumming and so on to ensure that you don't accidentally brick your device, and you can easily back up the original firmware, install Homebrew, and then always go back to the original software. We also have an awesome support community on Discord, and so if you ever need help, you will, I think you will find success there. And so far we haven't had a single bricked Game & Watch, and so looks to be pretty stable. And so I was pretty excited because the quest was over, or is it? If you ever claim on the internet that you successfully hacked an embedded device, there will be exactly one response and one response only. But does it run Doom? Literally my Twitter DMs, my YouTube comments, and even my friends were spamming me with the challenge to get Doom running on the device. But to get Doom running, we first needed to bring up all the hardware. And so we basically needed to create a way to develop and load Homebrew onto the device. Now, luckily for us, most of the components on the board are very well documented. And so there are no NDA components. And so, for example, the processor has an open reference manual and open source library to use it. The flash is a well-known flash chip, and so on and so forth. And there are only a couple of very proprietary or custom components. And so, for example, the LCD on the device is proprietary, and we had to basically sniff the SPI bus that goes to the display to basically decode the initialization of the display and so on. And after a while, we had the full hardware running. We had LCD support, we had audio support, sleep support buttons, and even flashing tools that allow you to simply use an SWD debugger to dump and rewrite the external flash. And you can find all of these things on our GitHub. Now, if you want to mod your own Game & Watch, all you need is a simple debugging adapter, such as a cheap $3 ST-Link, a J-Link, or a real ST-Link device, and then you can get started. We've also published a base project for anyone who wants to get started with building their own games for the Game & Watch. And so it's really simple. It's just a frame buffer you can draw to, input is really simple, and so on. And as said, we have a really helpful community. Now, with all the hardware up and running, I could finally start porting Doom. Now, I started by looking around for other ports of Doom to an STM32, and I found this project by Floppis called STM32 Doom. Now, the issue is STM32 Doom is designed for a board with 8 megabytes of RAM, and also the data files for Doom were stored on an external USB drive. On our platform, we only have 1.3 megabytes of RAM, 128 kilobytes of flash, and only 1 megabyte of external flash. And we have to fit all the level information, all the code, and so on in there. Now, the Doom level information is stored in so-called WAD, where's all my data files. And these data files contain the sprites, the textures, the levels, and so on. Now, the WAD for Doom 1 is roughly 4 megabytes in size, and the WAD for Doom 2 is 14 megabytes in size. But we only have 1.1 megabyte of storage, plus we have to fit all the code in there. So obviously we needed to find a very, very small Doom WAD. And as it turns out, there's a thing called mini WAD, which is a minimal Doom iWAD, which is basically all the bells and whistles stripped from the WAD file and everything replaced by simple outlines and so on. And while it's not pretty, I was pretty confident that I could get it working, as it's only 250 kilobytes of storage, down from 14 megabytes. Now, in addition to that, a lot of stuff on the Chocolate Doom port itself had to be changed. And so, for example, I had to rip out all the file handling and add a custom file handler. I had to add support for the Game & Watch LCD, button import support, and I also had to get rid of a lot of things to get it running somewhat smoothly. And so, for example, the infamous wipe effect had to go, and I also had to remove sound support. Now, the next issue was that once it was compiling, it simply would not fit into RAM and crash all the time. Now, on the device, we have roughly 1.3 megabytes of RAM in different RAM areas. And for example, just the frame buffer that we obviously need takes up 154 kilobytes of that. Then we have 160 kilobytes of initialized data, 320 kilobytes of uninitialized data, and a ton of dynamic allocations that are done by Chocolate Doom. And these dynamic allocations were a huge issue because the Chocolate Doom source code does a lot of small allocations which are only used for temporary data. And so they get freed again and so on. And so your dynamic memory gets very, very fragmented very quickly. And so eventually there's just not enough space to, for example, initialize the level. And so to fix this, I took the Chocolate Doom code and I changed a lot of the dynamic allocations to static allocations, which also had the big advantage of making the error messages by the compiler much more meaningful, because it would actually tell you, hey, this and this data does not fit into RAM. And eventually, after a lot of trial and error and copying as many of the original assets as possible into the minimal IWAT, I got it. I had Doom running on the Nintendo Game & Watch Super Mario Bros. And I hopefully calmed the internet gods that forced me to do it. Now, unfortunately, the USB port is physically not connected to the processor, and so it will not be possible to hack the device simply by plugging it into your computer. However, it's relatively simple to do this using one of these USB debuggers. Now, the most requested type of homebrew software was obviously emulators. And I'm proud to say that by now we actually have kind of a large collection of emulators running on the Nintendo Game & Watch. And it all started with Conrad Beckman discovering the RetroGo project, which is an emulator collection for a device called the Odroid Go. And the Odroid Go is a small handheld with similar input and size constraints as the Nintendo Game & Watch. And so it's kind of cool to port this over because it basically already did all of the hard work, so to say. And RetroGo comes with emulators for the NES, for the Game Boy and the Game Boy Color, and even for the Sega Master System and the Sega Game Gear. And after a couple of days, Conrad actually was able to show off his NES emulator running Zelda and other games such as Contra and so on the Nintendo Game & Watch. This is super fun, and initially we only had really a basic emulator that could barely play, and we had a lot of frame drops, we didn't have nice scaling, VSync and so on. But now after a couple of weeks, it's really a nice device to use and to play with. And so we also have a Game Boy emulator running, and so you can play your favorite Game Boy games such as Pokemon, Super Mario Land and so on the Nintendo Game & Watch if you own the corresponding ROM backups. And we also experimented with different scaling algorithms to make the most out of the screen. And so you can basically change the scaling algorithm that is used for the display depending on what you prefer. And you could even change the palette for the different games. We also have a nice game chooser menu which allows you to basically have multiple ROMs on the device that you can switch between. We have save state support, and so if you turn off the device, it will save wherever you left off, and you can even come back to your save game once the battery run out. You can find the source code for all of that on the RetroGo repository from Conrad, and it's really, really awesome. Other people build, for example, emulators for the Chip 8 system, and so the Chip 8 emulator comes with a nice collection of small arcade games and so on, and it's really fun and really easy to develop for, and so really give this a try if you own a Game & Watch and want to try homebrew on it. Team Schürwegen is even working on an emulator for the original Game & Watch games, and so this is really cool because it basically turns the Nintendo Game & Watch into an emulator for all Game & Watch games that were ever released. And what was really amazing to me is how the community came together. And so we were pretty open about the progress on Twitter. And also Conrad was Twitch streaming a lot of the process. And we opened up a Discord where people could join who were interested in hacking on the device. And it was amazing to see what came out of the community. And so, for example, we now have a working storage upgrade that works both with Homebrew, but also with the original firmware. And so instead of 1 megabyte of storage, you can have 60 megabytes of flash, and you just need to replace a single chip, which is pretty easy to do. Then for understanding the full hardware, Daniel Cuthbert and Daniel Padilla provided us with high-resolution X-ray images, which allowed us to fully understand every single connection, even of the BGA parts, without desoldering anything. Then Jake Little of Upcycle Electronics traced on the X-rays and also using a multimeter every last trace on the PCB, and he even created a schematic of the device which gives you all the details you need when you want to program something or so, and was really, really fun. Sander Vandervelde, for example, even created a custom backplate, and now there are even projects that try to replace the original PCB with a custom PCB with an FPGA and an ESP32. And so it's really exciting to see what people come up with. Now, I hope you enjoyed this talk, and I hope to see you on our Discord if you want to join the fun. And thank you for coming.
Hi. Wow, that was a really amazing talk. Thank you very much, Thomas. As announced in the beginning, we do accept questions from you, and we have quite a few. Let's see if we manage to make it through all of them. The first one is, did you read the articles about Nintendo observing hackers like private investigators, etc.? And are you somehow worried about this?
Oh, what's going on with my camera? Looks like Luigi messed around with my video setup here. Yeah, I've read those articles, but so I believe that in this case, there is no piracy issue, right? Like, I'm not allowing anyone to play any new games. If you wanted to dump a Super Mario ROM, you would have done it 30 years ago, or on the NES Classic, or on the Switch, or on any of the 100 consoles Nintendo launched in between. And so I'm really not too worried about it, to be honest.
And I also think the aspect of the target audience is to be seen here. So off to the next question, which is do you think that there is a reason why an external flash chip has been used?
Yeah, so the internal flash of the STM32H7B0 is relatively small. It's only 128 kilobytes. And so they simply couldn't fit everything in. Like, basically, even just the frame buffer picture also is larger than the internal flash. And so I think that's why they did it, and I'm glad they did.
Yeah, sure. Is the decryption done in software, or is it a feature of the microcontroller?
So the microcontroller has an integrated feature called OTF DEC, OTF DEC. And basically, the flash is directly mapped into memory, and they have this chip peripheral called OTF DEC that automatically provides the decryption and so on. And so it's done all in hardware. And you can even retrieve the keys from hardware, basically.
Ah, okay, very nice. And also, and the next question is somehow related to that. Is, in your opinion, the encryption Nintendo has applied even worth the effort for them? It feels like it's just there to give shareholders a false sense of security. What would you think about that?
I think, from my perspective, they choose just the right encryption because it was a ton of fun to reverse engineer and try to bypass it. And so it was an awesome challenge. And so I think they did everything right. But I also think in the end, it's such a simple device. And it's like, if you take a look at what people are building on top of it with like games and all the kind of stuff, I think they did everything right. But probably it was just a tick mark of, yeah, we totally locked down JTAG. And yeah, but I think it's fun because again, like it doesn't open up any piracy issues.
Sure. The one thing is related to the knob slide, which you very well animated. Wouldn't starts of subroutines be suitable as well for that goal? The person asking says that a big push R5, R4, R5, etc. instructions are quite recognizable. How would
Yeah, so absolutely. So the time from finding the data in the ITCM and actually exploiting it was less than an hour. And so if we would have tried to reverse engineer it, it would be more work, like absolutely possible and also not difficult. But just filling the RAM with knob took a couple of minutes. And so it was really the easiest way and the fastest way without fiddling around in Ghidra also.
Okay, cool, thanks. And this is more a remark than a question. The person says, it's strange that an ST's AN5281 does not mention a single time that the data is not verified during encryption. I think it's more a fault on ST's than Nintendo's side. What would you think about that?
Yeah, I would somewhat agree, because in this case, even if you don't have JTAG, like an ARM thumb instruction is 2 to 4 bytes, and so you have a relatively small space to brute force to potentially get an interesting branch instruction and so on. So I think it's, yeah, I mean, it's not perfect, but also doing verification is very expensive computational wise, and so I think it should just be the firmware that actually verifies the contents of the external flash.
Okay, so I think we should 2 questions more, and then we can go back to the studio. There's a question about the AES encryption keys. Have you managed to recover them?
Yes, we did. But so there is an application note by ST, and they do some crazy shifting around with the keys. But I think even just today, like an hour before the talk or so, a guy who's also, or sorry, I'm not sure if it's a guy, a person on our Discord actually managed to rebuild the full encryption. But I personally was never interested in that, because after you've downgraded to RDP0, the device, you can just access the memory mapped flash and get the completely decrypted flash contents, basically.
Sure, thanks. And last question about the LCD controller, whether it's used by writing pixels over SPI, or if it has some extra features, maybe even backgrounds or sprites or something like that.
So the LCD itself doesn't have any special features. It has one SPI bus to configure it, and then a parallel interface where you, so it takes up a lot of pins. But the chip itself has a hardware called LTDC, which is an LCD controller, which provides 2 layers with alpha blending and some basic windowing and so
on. Okay, cool. Then thank you very, very much for the great talk and the great intro. And with that, back to our main studio in the orbit. Thank you very much. Back to orbit.
Welcome.
So that was Ghidra's talk about hacking the new game, the collector's Game & Watch that came out for the Super Mario Bros. 35th anniversary. That was really awesome. I give props for Ghidra for wearing rocking the Mario hat and the mustache through the entire thing. That was really cool. I like how very visually engaging his presentation was and how he broke it down, because I got to watch this happen, and we've retweeted parts of this on Twitter. On his Twitter, we've retweeted at DEFCON 201, and so it was just so cool to watch this whole thing happen basically in real time, and then see it summed up as a talk of like a month and a half's worth of work. It's just been awesome. I didn't know they had a Discord and were streaming on Twitch. I'll have to look up the other Homebrew Reverse Engineers Twitch, and maybe we can follow them on some things as our co-founder comes home. Also, I should have probably warned earlier that, again, the Chaos Computer Congress is located in Germany. That's the hacker group that puts on the Chaos Computer Camp is the one who puts on the Chaos Computer Congress. This is the remote one, and they're based in Germany, and that means two very important things to be culturally aware of. One is that they're in a completely different time zone, which is why I'm not bored watching this. I'm excited. I'm literally falling asleep because in order to catch the opening ceremony, I had to wake up at 6 a.m. in the morning. And so, like, over there, it's like 6 p.m. going into 7 p.m. Over here, it is 12:46 noonish. It's 12:46 p.m. So like I normally, thanks to COVID, wake up at like tomorrow at like 8 p.m. at night. I'm a night rat now, so it's just doing this is, you know, classic something me being half Polish. The Germans are torturing me. The other thing, which is why I kept laughing, is now obviously, you know, German people. I have a lot of different German hacker friends and just friends who live in Germany or have come from Germany, and I've met some really lively and lovely people, but I gotta say that host, and this is something you have to be mentally prepared for if you watch this, particularly with hackers, is that was like the most German guy, meaning that there's this whole thing, it's not per se that like the Germans don't have a sense of humor, but they sort of have this monotone, like, and this is more of the older generation, to be honest, and especially among males. In terms of like self-identifying females who are of German descent, they smile more, they get angry more passionately. The men in particular, in like the older generation, like 30s and above, have this whole thing where like they're kind of so monochromatic. They're almost kind of like it's like they shot the moon, and so they're not British, but they're almost kind of like British in their monochromatic boringness that they make, that they can come off cross as rude to a lot of other civilizations, including Americans, because how they do that. So he's like talking about things of like, yeah, no, it was like really awesome to figure out like how this PCB board was arranged, and it was really cool that the community came together and like did actual scans of it and did some reverse schematics on it, and he's just like, oh, okay, cool, next. And like that's very German. That's very old man German. Like the running joke is like, you know, German's man's wife gives birth to his child, and he'd just be like, oh, I have a boy. Like that's literally what a lot of them are like. So like that's why I was laughing, because like this poor guy is just like, you know, he's from Europe, but he's like so excited. I think he might be from the Nordic regions. I'm not sure. Maybe he's a younger Eastern European. Not quite sure yet. Don't want to type here, but you can tell he was so enthusiastic, and the other guy was just like, cool story, bro, in like the most German way possible, like by accident. I just think that's hilarious. Anyhow, I think we have a bit of time if we go back to the schedule, because we have a bunch of things we're going to be watching here. And I have to be able to debate, so the rest of the day we're going to be watching a lot of cool things. At 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so in about 10 minutes, there's going to be a talk on accessible input for all sorts of devices, basically how to do a GUI, because it is 2020 and we've been hacking digital devices for like over 30 years now, and no one still doesn't understand how you make a button that you click it and it does something. It just does not exist apparently. So that's going to be a whole thing. And then there is here's a bunch of marbles in one mouth: hijacking transient execution through microarchitecture load value injection. Another really cool thing is, I just want to note, some of these talks are going to be in German, but what's really cool about the Chaos Computer Congress, like, I'm trying to think, okay, so in previous years, select talks were bilingual. They had literally a German channel and then a English channel for translation and vice versa. So for this one, for example, you could turn it on, there'd be a German translator translating it all in German, because obviously the main person who's presenting this wants to present in English. It's kind of similar to like Code Blue in Japan, where they have both English and Japanese. I heard there was a similar thing for Echo Party, even though unfortunately I missed most of that, despite it being finally online. And so there were select talks that were like that, especially the main tracks. This year, I guess because it's entirely digital, almost every single thing in here has 2 language tracks. I think they have it, in addition to, like, let's say if the talk's German, they'll have one in English, and I believe they'll have one in Spanish. And like, so some of these talks will be in German, so the voices might sound off, but all of them we'll be able to hear in English thanks to an amazing volunteer translation team. Anyhow, so then at 3 p.m. I thought this was neat because we've been talking about election security throughout the year, but again we are terrible people living in a sinkhole that's called New Jersey, which is basically like where to the rest of the United States, like Austria is to the rest of the Germanic speaking languages, and so I thought it would be neat to kind of look in. They're going to be talking about the German election system, and so it would be very interesting to see. Not only do they have a very different political system, but also just like possibly commonalities. I know that they mentioned that I believe they have the same digital voting machines that we have, so probably a lot of the same exploits cross over. But a lot of that stuff it's not even the tech that's really the issue. I mean, the tech is the issue, but a lot of it has to do with policy. So it should be very interesting to see what compares and contrasts to German political policy, especially when it comes to voting, tallying votes, authenticity, compared to the United States. And then, which really excites me, because I literally have not seen them physically forever. I still communicate on some of the message boards. I email some people, message some people. Have not seen these two in forever. Mike and Andy from the Yes Men. I worked with the Yes Men a lot when I was younger. I'm still technically on the team, but I just haven't been very much active because I've been busy and they've been busy. And the main question, which I guess is this whole point of the Yes Men from Tricksters in the Age of Dirty Tricks, which is, you're going to find out that the Yes Men's whole thing is they would do what's called corporate drag a lot of times. They pretend to be the people that they dislike, so they pretend to be a government agency or a company or a terrible individual, and then either say stuff that they wish the morally they would do, so they'd have to backtrack, or just say stuff that is kind of close to what they do, but put it really ridiculously and see how people treat it like very seriously. But something that I know the Yes Men have been struggling since the 2016 elections is, how do you do basically sarcasm and parody when sarcasm and parody died because we essentially elected sarcasm and parody, aka Donald Trump and Mike Pence, into office for 4 years? And that, I believe, they're going to tackle. And then we're going to be doing something that you're going to see us do without they again. Compared to our timetable, all of their stuff in the normal morning at like 9, 10, 11 a.m. is 4 to 6 a.m. in the morning for us. And thankfully, if I remember this correctly, they do back up these talks as the talk's happening. So like right now, you can go and see the talk that we just watched because it's automatically archived. It's kind of like what you saw at Hope this year, where it just instantly went to the Internet Archive, but they have their own media server. And so I'm going to be going through select talks that happened earlier in the morning that I couldn't stay awake for. They're on recordings, and we're going to watch recordings back. So if we have time at 5 p.m., we're either going to end at 5, but if we have time and everyone wants to, especially if you donate for it, yes, it is very dope. I did notice your chat earlier. I just wanted to kind of get all this stuff out of the way, and I'm going to post the link. Especially, I will say, if you donate like $1, $5, $10 to the Child's Play charity, I just put the link in the chat. If you're on Twitch, you can scroll down and click on that, where we're just trying to become Hacker Santa this year. Everyone can get to be Hacker Santa. We already had a couple people donated. So if we do get particularly if we get donations, even if I don't want to do this, I will do this if people donate like a couple of dollars to some sick kids here for the charity above. We will take a look at the which I got to see this morning, the tracking ransomware end-to-end. It's a complete walkthrough of how you would go through tracking ransomware, getting a sample of it, dissecting it, and coming up with solutions for it. And then the next 2 days are going to be similar. Monday and Tuesday, we're starting at an even more grueling 11 a.m., which is good because basically at 11 a.m., it's the midday for the con. So for them, it is like 2 p.m. for them it is it's like 4 to 6 p.m. over there. So they do a recap midday for the con, so we get to have a recap of what came earlier, and then we're going to look at some bonus stuff. And so both Monday and Tuesday we're going to start at 11 a.m. and then Wednesday is going to be grueling but thankfully short, where I'm going to wake up at 9 a.m. watch like 2 or 3 good talks, and then watch the whole closing ceremony for the rC3. And unfortunately, depending on how I feel Monday or Tuesday, we might stream some of the party stuff that happens late at night, which is funny because they're different German time. So like for them, it's going to be like 2 a.m. in the morning, but for us, it's going to be like 7, 8 p.m. It's super late night. Woo! Partay. So that's what we're going to be doing there. We're going to look at the accessibility part for hackers in a moment. I will warn, I do have some adulting to do, so I'm actually going to debate the next couple of minutes where I will probably put the audio on for the talk, but I might take this video cam off, but you're going to still see the talk on the screen. And then when the talk ends, I'm going to get back and comment on it. So that might happen, not only the next talk, but that might happen once or twice throughout the 4 days that we're going to be streaming. It's like some crazy advent calendar for the Chaos Computer Congress this year in terms of us streaming. So while we still have a little bit of time left, and every time we have little gaps and spaces, let's kind of look at what the con kind of looks like here. So this is like the main screen here. Welcome to the rC3. And, you know, I already got my tickets and everything. And from what I understand, all the streaming is free. You can watch the conference for free. And you can go, which I have on a different thing, and I could show it, but the consensus rules are still on the internet, are still applying to the remote internet version of the conference, meaning I have to get people on the IRC's permission in order to show the different IRC channels. So while I do have the IRC loaded, you'll notice that sometimes I lean over. That's me typing, commenting in chat. You can do that. And by the way, to get on their IRC, I don't know if I have it up, but basically they have their own IRC system called Hack-init. I'm pretty sure if you type in Hack-init IRC, HACKINIT, then a space, and then IRC, you can find how to access it by web or through your favorite popular client or whatever. And that's how I'm chatting. They also are on Mastodon, so if you ever see me looking at my phone and stuff, they are doing... Chaos Computer Congress has its own Mastodon hosting service at chaos.social, if I remember correctly. So I'm constantly both on Twitter and Mastodon going through all the different talks and stuff. Now, here's something I'm going to note in a couple of minutes, by the way. Yes, I do know Corey Dactrow is talking. I'm going to look at him later for that. No, I am not going to stream his talk. It's not because I have anything against Corey Dactrow. He was one of the best talks at Hackers on Planet Earth, and that's actually part of the reason why we're going to focus on other talks that aren't big, huge talks like him, because I'm pretty sure he's going to have an amazing talk that knocks it out of the park. But one, they're already recorded. And two is that I want to focus on sort of smaller things, and I think accessibility in tech is kind of a very important thing. Now, a unique thing here that we're going to look at later is they have this thing called World. Their kind of theme, as you probably saw in the intro, and here comes the new instant reward, is Welcome to the 2D World. Well, partly what they mean by that is they've made this little top-down Zelda-type RPG, sort of mud interactive MMO game, it's kind of like a 2D version of Second Life. Thank you, Fox Wells Garden, for following us on Twitch there. I very much appreciate that. See, I told you we get alerts for this, and I especially praise you and shout out if you donate $1 or $3 to the charity. Again, I have the link in chat for the Child's Play charity, where we're trying to be Hacker Santa and give some sick kids a better intro to 2021 than all of 2020. And I think we could all relate to wanting a better 2021 than a 2020 garbage year that kind of didn't feel like it. It was the year that never ended, and it's also the year that feel like it didn't exist. But yeah, we're going to kind of look at this weird kind of 2D Second Life MMO world that they built for this, as well as other parts of the con. Quick other pieces. There is a software-defined radio capture the flag that I have signed up myself for that we might poke our head in and check out. I'm the weakest at software-defined radio stuff, but I kind of want to just see what they do on the first day. After the stream, we'll experiment more, and if I need hardware, I know that G.I. Jack has a lot of stuff with software-defined radio, so I might collaborate with our co-founder here to look at some of this stuff. This is kind of neat. By the way, this is going on, and then we'll check out the channel. So another thing just to note is I have multiple translation pieces in here, so any page, if it comes up in German, I can just immediately smack it over to Google Translate, and we can look at it. God, I need some water. And this is kind of neat. So this is the event phone people. They always do like an internal cellular system at the Chaos Computer Congress every year. In fact, that was the inspiration for the mini LAN that happened at the sadly memorable in all the worst ways. Circle of Hope. Yes, I will. We're gonna go a little bit at the beginning of it today, and then the next 2 days, at least on one of the days, I'll try to go in depth in it every time we have breaks for talks. But this is really neat because if I go back to here, and we kind of search our thing here, because I've been looking at the different. I've been monitoring the hashtags constantly. I'm not playing that due to copyright reasons, but there's an in-joke and all of that. I can see it's kind of getting popular. But I'm going to try to scroll down here because we've been retweeting a lot of, well, not only how more it's terrible Cyberpunk 2077 has become, but also just like general stuff. I really want to see that X-ray talk. Apparently, they've been managed to make some sort of thing where you can observe X-rays and radiation without absorbing it, and it's going to like revolutionize science. I don't know quite what all of that's about, but it seems neat. So this is just while I look here is the event phone. Actually, let's type in here event phone. Here we go. So this is funny. So the reason why I brought up that page, because remember when I said they do an internal cellular network thing? Well, this is fun. So there is a dedicated dial in, and I'll post the number in there. So you can dial into this. Now remember, it's in Germany, so fees and stuff for cross-country things apply, but there is the number that you can call in. I just post that in chat and screw around. And then the other thing that I know of, and let's see if I can actually search for it. Let's see if it pops up here, because I think I've retweeted too many things. Is yes. Oh, God, this is hilarious. So in addition to setting up a call number, if I could scroll down long enough, it's somewhere in here. Here it is, I think there is a fax number as well. So they basically are kind of doing like a weird, hilarious ASCII sort of war games going on. So this is the fax number that you can use, and everyone's just faxing everyone everything. And they're trying to like bomb fax machine systems and send in weird pictures and ASCII art and stuff like that, and it's really, really fun and hilarious. Yep, here it is. That's this one compare. Yep, that's the correct number. Manual fax to Twitter conversation technology with military-grade blockchain encryption, and it's online. So you can go poke at those numbers and go have fun with all of you. The cringe is strong did those dances. Like Johannes replied, "I'm glad I could be of service." Yeah, there's this amazing song that happened in Eurovision a year ago that he introduced. I believe at the Last Hope. Johannes is a good friend of mine. He's Austrian, not technically in the Germanic region, but they're two different countries and they share a lot of resources because they're basically direct cousins. And it's probably the Eurocat's called Surfin' Multimedia. And again, I don't want to play it because I'm pretty sure we'll get copyright striked when we do. I really wish I could play it on stream. But yeah, everyone was dancing to it at the Last Hope and stuff. So every time there's a Chaos Computer Congress, I'm like, if you want to get into the German hacker mindset, just listen to this song. It's the most Euro pop trash tech German thing from 1996. So just go check that out. That's amazing. In fact, I'm actually... is there a way I can actually open this? No, I can't, unfortunately. Next time, I'll post the link again, because I just love sharing that thing. So we're going to go back to the rC3 timelines here, and we're going to take a bit more look at the con later on. But right now, what we're going to do is we are going to look at accessible input for readers, coders, and hackers, which means I have to go back to the stream page. I have to remember where the stream page is. I believe it's here. We'll refresh it. I'm gonna have to do some adulting stuff in this hour. It's not what you think. Oh, Cory Doctorow, rocking the man beard there, looking rough. I also debate doing the Cyber Optimist thing, but no, we're gonna try to find this assistive tech talk. If we can't find it, we'll do the Cyber Optimist talk, because that seems neat. Failed empathy. I think that's the United States. This is hilarious. An introduction to talks. Talks was cool. I used it, but I guess is the project still alive? That's like news to me. Let's see. Postponed workshop. Human rights and digital AI, aka we're screwed. Ethical hackers plus investigative journalists equals game over. Introduction to Wikidata. Huh, wait, did this talk get delayed or something or moved around? I'm pretty sure This was supposed to be about accessibility things. Where did it go? Am I not seeing this correctly? I'm going to look at one of my schedules here. And let's see. So we had, let's see, this is the Sunday. This is our time. So this is to them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's supposed to be 6 p.m. It's now 7 p.m. there. It is 1 p.m. over here. Let's see. So we watch that, and then so that's what we're supposed to be. rC2. Did they move things around and didn't tell me? Oh, okay, it is there. All right, so we're going to watch accessibility. I'm going to take the cam off. I will be listening and casually watching the talk, and then when the talk ends, I'm going to go back on the cam. We're going to talk about it, and we're going to watch a bunch of the rest of the things. So let's look at accessibility for input readers, coders, and hackers, which I think is still an important subject, which is why DEFCON 201 will never shut up about it. Also, I'm not a terrorist. And again, if you have any questions about our group or why I'm not a terrorist or what happened to all my crazy hair or anything that we do or how this charity thing works, please go donate to Child's Play. Again, we're trying to be Hacker Santa here, get some kids awesome Christmas and New Year's into 2021 stuff that doesn't suck, as to either help them recover from injuries, illnesses, and disabilities, and or just make their life a little bit more easier as we get away from the suck ass of 2020 to 2021. I again put the link in the chat for that. So while I'm away, please try to donate to that. If you like what you see, you can click like, subscribe on us on Twitch, DLive, YouTube, and now Facebook. Also, for all of you elite people watching us on YouTube through Tor, you guys and folks and gals and packets are awesome. So let's look at accessibility. I'm going to be back in an hour. Enjoy this talk. I'm going to take this down. All right, hopefully this will be more stable. Again, enjoy the talk on accessibility.
Changed so that it was only intelligible to his family and close friends, but he was still able to speak. And then after that, he would work with a human interpreter and raise his eyebrows to pick various letters. And then, keep in mind, this is like the 60s or 70s, right? So computers were not really where they are today. Later, he would operate a switch with one hand, just like on, off, kind of Morse code, and select from a bank of words. And that was around 15 words per minute. Eventually, he was unable to move his hand, so a team of engineers from Intel worked with him, and they figured out, they were trying to do like brain scans and all kinds of stuff. But again, this was like in the 80s, so there was not too much they could do. So they basically just created some custom software to detect muscle movements in his cheek, and he used that with predictive words, the same way that a smartphone keyboard will predict like which word you want to say next. Stephen Hawking used something similar to that, except instead of swiping on a phone, he was moving his cheek muscles. So that's obviously a sequence of like highly customized input mechanisms for someone, and very, very specialized for that person. I also want to talk about someone else named Professor Sangmuk Lee, whom I've met. That was me when I had more of a beard than I do now. He's a professor at Seoul National University in South Korea, and he's sometimes called like the Korean Stephen Hawking, because he's a big advocate for people with disabilities and whatnot. Anyway, what he uses is, you can see a little orange device near his mouth there. It's called a sip and puff mouse, so he can blow into it and suck air through it and also move it around, and that acts as a mouse cursor on the Android device in front of him. It will move the cursor around and click when he blows air and so on. So that, combined with speech recognition, lets him use mainstream Android hardware, right? He still has access to, email apps and like web browsers and like maps and everything that comes on a normal Android device. So he's way more capable than Stephen Hawking was, because Stephen Hawking could communicate, but just to a person and at a very slow rate, right? Part of it's due to the nature of his injury, but it's also a testament to how far the technology has improved. So let's talk a little bit about what makes good accessibility. I think performance is very important, right? You want high accuracy. You don't want typos. Low latency. I don't want to speak and then 5 seconds later have words appear. It's too long, especially if I have to make corrections, right? And you want high throughput, which we already talked about. Oh, I forgot to mention, Stephen Hawking had 15 words per minute. A normal person speaking is 150. So that's a big difference. The higher throughput you can get, the better. And for input accessibility, I think, and this is not scientific, this is just what I've learned from using it myself and observing many of these systems. I think it's important to get completeness, consistency, and customization. For completeness, I mean, can I do any action? So Professor Sangmook Lee, his orange mouth input device, the sip and puff, is quite powerful, but it doesn't let him do every action. For example, for some reason, anyone who uses an accessibility interface becomes an expert at it. The example I like to give is screen readers. Like a blind person using a screen reader on a phone, they will crank up the speed at which the speech is being produced. And I actually met someone who made his speech 16 times faster than normal human speech. I could not understand it at all. It sounded like brrr, but he could understand it perfectly. And that's just because he used it so much that he's become an expert at its use. Let's analyze ergonomic keyboards just for a moment because it's fun. They are kind of like a normal keyboard. You'll have a slow pace when you're starting to learn them, but once you're good at it, you have very good accuracy, like instantaneous low latency, right? You press a key, the computer receives it immediately, and very high throughput, as high as you are on a regular keyboard. So they're actually fantastic accessibility devices, right? They're completely compatible with original keyboards. And if all you need is an ergonomic keyboard, then you're in luck because it's a very good accessibility device. I'm going to talk about two things, computers, but also Android devices. So let's start with Android devices. Yes, the built-in voice recognition in Android is really incredible. So even though the microphones on the devices aren't great, Google has just collected so much data from so many different sources that they've built better than human accuracy for their voice recognition. The voice accessibility interface is kind of so-so. We'll talk about that in a bit. That's the interface where you can control the Android device entirely by voice. For other input mechanisms, you could use a sip and puff device, or you could use physical styluses. That's something that I do a lot actually, because for me, my fingers get sore, and if I can hold a stylus in my hand and kind of not use my fingers, then that's very effective. So, and the Elecom styluses from a Japanese company are the lightest I've found, and they don't require a lot of force. So the ones at the top there are they're 12 grams, and the one at the bottom is 4.7 grams. And you require almost no force to use them, so very nice. On the left there, you can see the Android speech recognition. It's built into the keyboard now, right? You can just press that and start speaking. And it supports different languages, and it's very accurate. It's very nice. And actually, when I was working at Google for a bit, I talked to the speech recognition team, and I was like, why are you doing on-server speech recognition? You should do it on the devices. But of course, Android devices they're all very different, and many of them are not very powerful, so they were having trouble getting satisfactory speech recognition on the device. So for a long time, there's some server latency, server lag, right? You do speech recognition and you wait a bit. And then sometime this year, I just was using speech recognition and it became so much faster. I was extremely excited and I looked into it, and yeah, they just switched, on my device at least, they switched on the on-device speech recognition model. And so now it's incredibly fast and also incredibly accurate. I'm a huge fan of it. On the right-hand side, we can actually see the voice access interface. So this is meant to allow you to use a phone entirely by voice. Again, while I was at Google, I tried the beta version before it was publicly released, and I was like, this is pretty bad. Mostly because it lacked completeness. There would be things on the screen that would not be selected. So here we see show labels, and then I can say 4, 5, 6, whatever, to tap on that thing. But as you can see at the bottom there's a Twitter web app link, and there's no number on it. So if I want to click on that, I'm out of luck. And this is actually a problem in the design of the accessibility interface. It doesn't expose the full DOM. It exposes only a subset of it. And so an accessibility mechanism can't ever see those other things. And furthermore, the way the Google speech recognition works, they have to reestablish a new connection every 30 seconds. And if you're in the middle of speaking, it will just throw away whatever you were saying because it just decided it had to reconnect, which is really unfortunate. They later released the app publicly, and then sometime this year they did an update, which is pretty nice. It now has like a mouse grid, which solves a lot of the completeness problems. Like you can use a grid to narrow down somewhere on the screen and then tap there. But the server issues and the like expert use is still not good. Like, okay, if I want to do something with the mouse grid, I have to say mouse grid on, 6, 5, mouse grid off. And I can't combine those together. So there's a lot of latency and it's not really that fun to use, but better than nothing, absolutely. I just want to really briefly show you as well that this same feature of like being able to select links on a screen is available on desktops. This is a plugin for Chrome called Vimium, and it's very powerful because you can then combine this with keyboards or other input mechanisms. And this one is complete. It uses the entire DOM, and anything you can click on will be highlighted, so it's very nice. I just want to give a quick example of me using some of these systems. So I've been trying to learn Japanese, and there's a couple of highly regarded websites for this, but they're not consistent when I use the browser show labels. Like, you know, the thing to press next page or something like that, or like, you know, I give up or whatever, it keeps changing. So the letters that are being used keep changing, and that's because of the dynamic way that they're generating the HTML. So not really very useful. What I do instead is I use a program called Anki, and that has very simple shortcuts in its desktop app, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's nice to use and consistent. And it syncs with an Android app, and then I can use my stylus on the Android device. So it works pretty well. But even so, you know, as you can see from the chart on the bottom there are many days when I can't use this, even though I would like to, because I've overused my hands or I've overused my voice. When I'm using voice recognition all day, every day, I do tend to lose my voice. And as you can see from the graph, sometimes I lose it for like a week or two at a time. So same thing with any accessibility interface. You know, you got to use many different techniques, and it's never perfect. It's just the best you can do at that moment. Something else I like to do is read books. I read a lot of books, and I love ebook readers. You know, the dedicated e-ink displays. You can read them in sunlight. They last forever, battery-wise. Unfortunately, it's hard to add like other input mechanisms to them. They don't have microphones or other sensors, and you can't really install custom software on them. But for Android-based devices, and there are also like ebook reading apps for Android devices, they have everything. You can install custom software, and they have microphones and many other sensors. So I made 2 apps that allow you to read ebooks with an ebook reader. The first one is Voice Next Page. It's based on one of my speech recognition engine called Sylvius, and it does do server-based recognition. So you have to capture all the audio, use 300 kilobits a second to send it to the server, and recognize things like next page, previous page. However, it doesn't cut out every 30 seconds. It keeps going. So that's one win for it, I guess. And it is published in the Play Store. Huge thanks to Sarah Leventhal, who did a lot of the implementation. Very complicated to make an accessibility app on Android, but we persevered and works quite nicely. So I'm going to actually show you an example of Voice Next Page. This is this over here. This is my phone on the left-hand side, just captured so that you guys can see it. So here's the Voice Next Page, and basically the connection's green. I can do the server's up and running and so on. I just press start, and then I'll switch to an Android reading app and say next page, previous page. I won't speak otherwise because it will chop everything I'm saying. Next page. Next page. Previous page. Center. Center. Foreground. Stop listening. So that's a demo of the Voice Next Page, and it's extremely helpful. I built it a couple of years ago along with Sarah, and I use it a lot. So yeah, you can go ahead and download it if you guys want to try it out. And the other one is called Blink Next Page. So the idea for this, I got this idea from a research paper this year that was studying eyelid gestures. I didn't use any of their code, but it's a great idea. So the way this works is you detect blinks by using the Android camera, and then you can trigger an action like turning pages in an ebook reader. This actually doesn't need any networking. It's able to use the on-device face recognition models from Google. And it is still under development, so it's not on the Play Store yet, but it is working, and please contact me if you want to try it. So just give me one moment to set that demo up here. And so I'm going to use the main problem with this current implementation is that it uses 2 devices. So that was easier to implement, and I use 2 devices anyway, but obviously I want a 1-device version if I'm actually going to use it for anything. So here's how this works. This device, I point at my eyes. The other device I put wherever it's convenient to read. Oops, sorry. And if I blink my eyes, the phone will buzz once it detects that I blinked my eyes, and it will turn the page automatically on the other Android device. Now, I have to blink both my eyes for half a second. If I want to go backwards, I can blink just my left eye. And if I want to go forwards, like quickly, I can blink my right eye and hold it. Anyway, it does have some false positives. That's why you can go backwards in case it detects that you've accidentally flipped the page. And lighting is also very important. Like if I have a light behind me, then this is not going to be able to identify whether my eyes are open or closed properly. So it has some limitations, but very, very simple to use. So I'm a big fan. Okay, so that's enough about Android devices. Let's talk very briefly about desktop computers. So if you're going to use a desktop computer, of course, try using that show labels plugin in a browser. For native apps, you can try Dragon Naturally Speaking, which is fine if you're just using basic things, but if you're trying to do complicated things, you should definitely use a voice coding system. You could also consider using eye tracking to replace a mouse. I don't use that. I find it hurts my eyes, but I do use a trackball with very little force and a Wacom tablet. Some people will even scroll up and down by humming, for example, but I don't have that set up. There's a bunch of nice talks out there on voice coding. The top left is Tavis Rudd's talk from many years ago that got many of us interested. Emily Shia gave a talk there about best practices for voice coding, and then I gave a talk a couple years ago at the Hope 11 conference, which you can also check out. It's mostly out of date by now, but it's still interesting. So there are a lot of voice coding systems. The sort of grandfather of them all is Dragonfly. It's become a grammar standard. Castor is, if you're willing to memorize lots of unusual words, you can become much better, much faster than I currently am at voice coding. Enea is how you originally used Dragon to work on a Linux machine, for example, because Dragon only runs on Windows. Talon is a closed source program, which is, but it's very, very powerful, has a big user base, especially for macOS. There are ports now. And Talon used to use Dragon, but it's now using a speech system from Facebook. Sylvius is the system that I created. The models are not very accurate, but it's a nice architecture where there's client server, so it makes it easy to build things like the Voice Next Page. So the Voice Next Page was using Sylvius. And then the most recent one, I think, on this list is Caldi Active Grammar, which is extremely powerful and extremely customizable, and it's also open source. It works on all platforms, so I really highly recommend that. So let's talk a bit more about Caldi Active Grammar. But first, for voice coding, I've already mentioned you have to be careful how you use your voice, right? Breathe from your belly, don't tighten your muscles and breathe from your chest. Try to speak normally. And I'm not particularly good at this. You'll hear me when I'm speaking commands, my inflection changes, so I do tend to overuse my voice. But yeah, I just have to be conscious of that. The microphone hardware does matter. I do recommend a Blue Yeti on a microphone arm that you can pull and put close to your face like this. I'll use this one for my speaking demo. And yeah, and the other thing is your grammar is fully customizable. So if you keep saying a word and the system doesn't recognize it, just change it to another word. And it's complete in the sense you can type any key on the keyboard. And the most important thing for expert use or customizability is that you can do chaining. So with a voice coding system, you can say multiple commands at once. if there's, and it's a huge time savings. You'll see what I mean when I give a quick demo. When I do voice coding, I'm a very heavy Vim and Tmux user. You know, I've worked with many people before, so I have some cheat sheet information there. So if you're interested, you can go check that out. But yeah, let's just do a quick demo of voice coding here. Turn this mic on. Desk left 2. Control Delta. Open new terminal. Charlie Delta space / Tango Mike Papa enter. Command Vim. Hotel Hotel Point Charlie Papa Papa. Enter. India hash word include space Langle. India Oscar word stream wrangle. Enter enter. India Noi Tango space word main. Nope Mike Arch India Noi. Len Ren space lace enter enter race up tab. Word print fox. Scratch nope. Code standard Charlie Oscar uniform Tango space Langle Langle space. Quote. Sentence hello voice coding bang. Scratch 6. Delta India Noi Golf bang / Noi. Quote. Semicolon act. Skyfox Mike Romeo Noi Oscar. Word return space number 0 semicolon act. Vim save and quit. Golf ++ space hotel hotel tab minus Oscar space hotel hotel. Enter. / hotel hotel enter. Desk right 2. So that's just a quick example of voice coding. You can use it to write any programming language. You can use it to control anything on your desktop. It's very powerful. It has a bit of a learning curve, but it's very powerful. So the creator of Kaldi Active Grammar is also named David. I'm named David, but just a coincidence. And he says of Kaldi Active Grammar that I haven't typed with a keyboard in many years, and Kaldi Active Grammar is bootstrapped in that I have been developing it entirely using the previous versions of it. So David has a medical condition that means he has very low dexterity, so it's hard for him to use a keyboard. And yeah, he basically got Kaldi Active Grammar working through the skin of his teeth or something, and then continues to develop it using it. And yeah, I'm a huge fan of the project. I haven't contributed much, but I did give some of the hardware resources like GPU and CPU compute resources to allow training to happen. But I would also like to show you a video of David using Kaldi Active Grammar, just so you can see it as well. So the other thing about David is that he has a speech impediment or a speech, I don't know, an accent or whatever. So it's difficult for a normal speech recognition system to understand him. And you might have trouble understanding him here, but you can see in the lower right what the speech system understands that he's saying. Oh, I realized that I do need to switch something in OBS so that you guys can hear it. Sorry. There we go.
Tab. Number 1. Symbol comment space. Number 101. Complete line. Control Shift Enter. Dictate text. Keyboard assignment. Apostrophe. Control Enter 2 times. Enter flash red space. Enter.
Anyway, you get the idea, and hopefully you guys are able to hear that. If not, you can also find this on the website that I'm going to show you at the end. Oh, one other thing I want to show you about this is David has actually set up this humming to scroll, which I think is pretty cool. And of course, I've gone and turned off the OBS there, but he's basically doing and it's understanding that and scrolling down. So something that I'm able to do with my my trackball, but that he's using his voice for. So pretty cool. So I'm almost done here. In summary, good input accessibility means you need completeness, consistency, and customization. You need to be able to do any action that you could do with the other input mechanisms. And doing the same input should have the same action. And remember, your users will become experts, so the system needs to be designed for that. For ebook reading, yes, I'm trying to allow anyone to read, even if they're experiencing some severe physical or motor impairment, because I think that gives you a lot of power to be able to turn the pages and read your favorite books. And for speech recognition, yeah, Android speech recognition is very good. Sylvius accuracy is not so good, but it's easy to use quickly for experimentation and to make other types of things like the Voice Next page. And please do check out Kali Active Grammar if you have some serious need for voice recognition. Lastly, I put all of this onto a website, voxhub.io, so you can see Voice Next page, Blink Next page, Kali Active Grammar, and so on, just instructions for how to use it and how to set it up. So please do check that out. And tons of acknowledgements, lots of people that have helped me along the way, but I want to especially call out Professor Sangmook Lee, who actually invited me to Korea a couple of times to give talks, a big inspiration. And of course, David Zero has actually been able to bootstrap into a fully voice coding environment. So that's all I have for today. Thank you very much.
Right. I suppose I'm back on the air. So let me see. I want to remind everyone before we go into the Q&A that you can ask your questions for this talk on IRC. The link is under the video, or you can use Twitter or the Fediverse with the hashtag RC32. Again, I'll hold it up here, RC number 3 TWO. And wow, thanks for your talk, David. That was really interesting. Thanks for your talk, David. I think we have a couple of questions from the Signal Angels. Before that, I just want to say I recently spent some time playing with like the voiceover system in iOS, and that can now actually tell you what is on a photo, which is kind of amazing. Oh, by the way, I can't hear you here on the mumble.
Yeah, sorry, I wasn't saying anything. Yeah, no, it's so I focus mostly on input accessibility, right? Which is like, how do you get data to the computer? Right. But there's been huge improvements in the other way around as well, right? The computer doing voiceover.
So we have about, let's see, 5-6 minutes left at least for Q&A. We have a question by Toby++. He asks, your next page application looks cool. Do you have statistics of how many people use it or found it on the App Store?
Not very many. The Voice Next page was advertised only so far as a little academic poster. So I've gotten a few people to use it, but I run 8 concurrent workers and we've never hit more than that. So not super popular, but I do hope that some people will see it because of this talk and go and check it out.
That's cool. Next question, how error prone are the speech recognition systems at all? E.g., can you do coding while doing workouts?
So one thing about speech recognition is very sensitive to the microphone. So when you're doing it, any mistakes, right? That's the thing about having low latency. You just say something and you watch it and you make sure that it was what you wanted to say. I don't know exactly how many words per minute I can say with voice coding, but I can say it much faster than regular speech. So I would say at least like 200, maybe 300 words per minute. So it's actually a very high bandwidth.
That's pretty awesome.
Input mechanism.
Question from Pepe JN Divos. Any advice for software authors to make their stuff more accessible?
There are good web accessibility guidelines. So if you're just making a website or something, I would definitely follow those. They tend to be focused more on people that are blind because that is, it's more of an obvious fail. Like they just can't interact at all with your website. But things like, if Duolingo, for example, had used the same accessibility access tag on their next button, then they would always be the same letter for me, and I wouldn't have to be like Fox Charlie, Fox Delta, Fox something. Changes all the time. So I think consistency is very important, and integrating with any existing accessibility APIs is also very important. Web APIs, Android APIs, and so on, because we can't make every program out there voice compatible. We just have to meet in the middle where they interact at the keyboard layer or the accessibility.
Merrick N has a question. Wonders if these systems use similar approaches like stenography with mnemonics, or if there's any projects working having that in mind.
A very good question. So the first thing everyone uses is the NATO phonetic alphabet to spell letters, for example, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie. Some people then will substitute letters for things that are too long, like November. I use Noi. Sometimes the speech system doesn't understand you. Whenever I said alpha, Dragon was like, oh, you're saying offer. So I had changed it. It's Arch for me. Arch, Brav, Char. And also, most of these grammars are in a common grammar format. They are written in Python and they're compatible with Dragonfly. So you can grab a grammar for, I don't know, for Aeneas and get it to work with Kaldi Active Grammar with very little effort. I actually have a grammar that works on both Aeneas and Kaldi Active Grammar, and that's what I use. So there's a bit of lingua franca. I guess you can kind of guess what other people are using, but at the same time, there's a lot of customization, you know, because people change words, they add their own commands, they change words based on what the speech system understands.
Right. Ellie B asks, is there an online community you can propose for accessibility technologies?
There's an amazing forum for anything related to voice coding. All the developers of new voice coding software are there. Sorry, I just need a drink. So it's a really fantastic resource. I do link to it from voxhub.io. I believe it's at the bottom of the Kaldi Active Grammar page. So you can definitely check that out. For general accessibility, I don't know, I could recommend the accessibility mailing list at Google, but that's only if you work at Google. Other than that, yeah, I think it depends on your community, right? I think if you're looking for web accessibility, you could go for some Mozilla mailing lists and so on. If you're looking for desktop accessibility, then maybe you could go find some stuff about the Windows Speech API and the Windows Accessibility
One last question
API.
from Joe Nielsen. Could there be legal issues if you make an ebook into audio? I'm not sure what that refers to.
Yeah, so if you are like doing, if you're using a screen reader and you like, you know, try to get it to read out the contents of an ebook, right? So most of the time there are fair use exceptions for copyright law, even in the US, and making a copy of yourself for personal purposes so that you can access it is usually considered fair use. If you were trying to commercialize it or make money off of that, or like, I don't know, you're a famous streamer and all you do is highlight text and have it read it out, then maybe, but I would say that definitely falls under fair use.
All right, so I guess that's it for the talk. I think we're hitting the timing mark really well. Thank you so much, David, for that. That was really, really interesting. I learned a lot, and thanks everyone for watching. And stay on. I think there might be some news coming up. Thanks, and everyone, take care.
Hello everybody, hold on. There we go. In camera. Hi everybody. That was the accessibility talk. When we get this weird, funky, trippy visual effect going on here, it's like, ooh. It's always important to bring up accessibility. And let's see, so how did everyone chat? What did everyone think of that bit of talk? It was kind of enlightening, wasn't it? I just also want to note that today's kind of a move everywhere sort of day, so if you hear furniture and stuff being like loud noises, that's us being adults moving all sorts of crazy objects around everywhere. Oh, here comes a new instant reward. I just want a quick look back at the schedule, and then I'm going to eat a little bit while also pointing out some of the different things here. So the next thing we're going to do is the talk that is full of words. It's the hijacking transient execution through architectural load value injections. I'm glad I drank orange juice this morning because I don't even know what I just said. Yeah, it's going to be, I mean, each day is going to be kind of jam-packed here. Stuff that I'm looking towards in the next couple of days, well, there's the Milk Tea Alliance, which is kind of like, you ever heard that phrase like "kill them with kindness"? This is basically like "kill them with cuteness." It's like protesting, but you kind of like put it in this weird, cutesy, like kawaii subliminal way, so that people don't realize you're protesting, and thus you can have like deniability. Be a lot of stuff about police, surveillance and police tomorrow, and then Tuesday. Let's see here. Sadly, with Tuesday, I mean, there's gonna be a lot of cool like music synthesizer stuff, but like a lot of it is stuff that happens that morning that I get to watch again later. Like the one that drives me crazy is the Teal Shield one times, but also the you know, because a lot of us are really big on the whole Sesta Fosta thing. Again, it's kind of similar with the the whole German elections, where, you know, it's one thing to see all this craziness in the United States, but to get it, like, to see it happen in another country from like a different culture and perspective is always fascinating to watch. And so this whole, and I love the title, My Horrors Manifesto, is kind of unique that we get to see how Sesta Fosta is impacting a completely different, how our legislation in the United States has unfortunately impacted a completely different country, and that's going to be cool. And then the digital rights thing in Latin America on Wednesday is kind of neat. And Inside X Hamster, I feel like everything can't catch a break this year, but between like Pornhub being screwed by the mag stripe stuff, and now this talk on X Hamster, it's and all the Sesta Fosta stuff, it's basically boobs and butts are really lost this year. It really did lost this year. I also want to remind that we are trying to raise money for Child's Play, and because we're on the right thing here, I'm going to let this embedded video I have explain way better than I could what Child's Play is as I go and get one or two things here.
Hi, we're Child's Play. And since 2003, we've been very, very busy. We supply toys and games of all kinds to hundreds of child welfare facilities across the world, taking a little of the outside world and bringing it inside, sharing our expertise to help make children's lives better. Child Life Specialists provide therapeutic play and education to reduce fear, anxiety, and pain for pediatric patients, making their lives a little easier and a little happier. Child's Play works directly with Child Life staff to create a wish list specific to their facility, ensuring donations are used to their fullest. We've raised more than $44 million so far, and our work reaches more than 1 million kids per year. Come be a part of our story and learn more at childsplaycharity.org.
So yeah, it's all of that. As I said, we kind of want to be like Hacker Santa. That's kind of our goal this year. So I know money's tight, because trust me, it's tight for me, because I used to be an essential worker and I still am, but there's not anything to really do. So, you know, but if you only have like, you know, $1 or $3 to spare, or $1 or $5 to spare, just send $5 at the link that I put in chat, or on our widget on Twitch, and I'll get a notification for it. That way I can cheer everyone on, because I always list on who's donated what. You know, we're just trying to make, you know, not a lot of us hackers didn't have like the best childhoods growing up. Not the worst, but definitely not the best. So it'd be really nice to make sure, since everyone had an absolutely god-awful 2020, except for like Jeff Bezos, but screw him. I think we can all relate to donating like $5 to like making sure kids start out 2021 way better than any of us did in 2020. Sorry, I'm just really hungry right now. Which now they watch Side Pocket become a fat ass hour. So we have a couple of minutes left. I think with this next panel, we're going to get into more of a. This is the crazy map. You want to see something that's. Someone put this map together. This is the map of every single thing going on at the con, all 4 days, all stacked in a row. Look at this. Look at this insanity. Look at this. This is like radio instructions. Like, what the hell? This is like little Johnny drop tables here. Like, what the hell? What's all this? Did we just hack into NASA? What's with all these? Look at this. Look at it. So much content. That's why we're like picking and choosing what we're doing, because we can't literally do anything. We explode. In fact, one of the things that I will say, if COVID didn't happen, we normally meet at this amazing venue called Subculture. It's in Jersey City, near a sandwich shop, and they have like a giant projection screen and multiple TVs and affordable like foods and stuff. We have a really good working relationship with them, and the original plans for this year, as I discussed it when we moved into the venue last year, was we were going to air the Chaos Computer Congress on the different TVs in the shop. So a screen would have like one of the main, the two big TVs, the one projector and the one TV would have the main talks, and then two of the other TVs would have some of the side sub channels like the Chaos Zone TV and the Chaos Computer Congress West and Studio Hamburg and stuff at Seabase. And then that way people can come in just casually any part of the day, eat their food, and just watch whatever they want from this German hacker conference. And unfortunately, because of COVID, I mean, the sandwich shop's still operational. Again, limited seating, so we kind of met up in person. A couple of meetings in the summer with limited indoor and outdoor seating, but because of the second wave, it's been I think it's been like shifted back to just only pick up delivery now. You might see us get food from there in the near future. So like we're still trying to promote them. We're still trying to get them involved and help them out, even though we can't physically be there. It's like we're hackers in exile now, home away from home, because a bunch of religious people can't stop rubbing their butts on each other. It's super annoying. And again, we're gonna get into like more of kind of the other parts of the con here. But yeah, that was supposed to be the original plan. And now we just thought, we're raising money for charity here. And again, if you donate, I'll get the notifications for them. So I'm like Santa. I know I'm watching you. So we're able to do all of that here. So I just kind of want to see the other thing, kind of point around. Some of these I don't know of these other assemblies, because as I said, what they're doing is the con itself, the Chaos Computer Congress, is starting on the rC1 and rC2 tracks, the two main tracks. But then they teamed up with mainly a bunch of German either spin-offs of their organization or like other organizations that are adjacent to them are in Germany, and they've done all this stuff. Kind of like the same way how like DEFCON has a lockpicking village by Tool, and then the Roots Asylum for kids. They actually do have a CCQC for kids. They're doing something. They're not doing the Chaos Computer Congress for kids this year as the usual way, but they're doing something with it. I'm just trying to figure out still what it is. They partner with stuff. So, for example, Seabase, I don't know if they're the biggest one, but they're one of the biggest and most well-known, and possibly one of the oldest hacker spaces in the world. And there's one in Germany, and it's called Seabase. Both kind of an in-joke on the C programming language, but also a joke on, which is what it is that it's very much space-themed. And I know Johannes normally goes there, and he has a whole like festival he normally does every year where they design robots that can pass alcohol like on a bar, like drink glasses like martinis and lagers and stuff, and they can throw them down the bar and you can catch them without the glass either like going the full length of the bar, flying off the bar, or not going, or being tossed too hard or whatever. So they do crazy stuff there. So each of them we're going to explore later, especially in the next couple of days, all these different stuff. The Wikipedia Germans are here, some of these different groups. Some of them I don't even know what they are. There's like a remote kind of like a stage area, and I brought them up, the frankonentv.net somewhere here. I think it's this page. Yeah, and they have like a stream and like a music lounge going on, and they're Dutch, but I've never heard of this before, and they have like a cool little light show. I think they do most of like the hardware hacking stuff, if I remember correctly. So Let's get on. So we're gonna do the hijacking transient execution through microtextual load value injection. I kind of feel like obviously we at DEFCON 201 we prefer like whatever you want to be called. That's what you're called, whether it's your pronouns or like your pseudonym or your real name, whatever you want to be called. That's what you should be called. But I kind of have a feeling that like when people can't get a handle on people's pronouns, that this talk feels like it is, where it's like, hi, I self-identify as a hijacking transient execution through microtextual load value injection. Like, it's just this huge thing of words, because only, like, dry, butt plug, open source Google stuff would come up with that. But that's what we're going to attempt to watch instead of Cory Doctorow, because I'm pretty sure Cory Doctorow is going to be awesome. He has a main talk and a fireside chat, so, he's going to do good. Let's go check out some other things. And if it's too boring or whatever, we're going to look at possibly some other talks that are going on at the different parts of the con and see. Because honestly, outside of these hours, what I really like about these virtual cons is the fact that I can just be in my home and eat like actual food that I already have, and just lounge around in my pajamas and just like watch this stuff, because I'm like an extroverted introvert, rather than like just physically run around through like different floors and stuff. Oh, they're also doing Stay of the Waffle now? Oh, we might have to loop back and watch that. Oh, man. Yeah, they're very good. The Chaos Computer Congress and the Wikipedia organization introduced me to Stupid Waffles, which is like this type of pastry. It's like a waffle type thing with like, it's like a sandwich where it's two very thin like wafers, and then in the middle is usually like chocolate or some sort of dessert snack, and you can just eat them, but they're designed so if you have a cup of coffee or hot cocoa, but mainly coffee, you sit it on top of the coffee cup so it blocks, covers the cup. And then the heat not only kind of partly cooks the Stuppenwaffle. I hope I pronounce it right. Stuppenwaffle. But it also kind of imparts, like if you're drinking coffee, it will kind of taste like the coffee you've made, like secondhand. It's like secondhand coffee. And it's pretty good. So that's, I think, the whole Stay of the Waffle. Let's see. Running around with 1,000 other introverts could be fun, trust me. I've been on the Congress last year. Yeah, no, I've always wanted to go. In fact, that was going to be one of my big things, was I was going to save up money and finally go to Germany and essentially have a 1-week vacation in Germany, because I'm usually off this week anyhow. And that did not happen, because even if everything else was COVID-3, the United States is basically Florida to the rest of the world, and Florida is in its own event horizon at this point. Because I heard that, from what I heard is that at, Swedish customs, the nickname they have for them in Swedish for Americans is plague rats. Like, that's, they won't let us go anywhere. Like, I'm afraid that that America's going to still have COVID, up until, September. Or at least parts of America, like Texas and Florida and maybe parts of New York. I'm really hoping not, but that's kind of what the way we're going, because, what do you call it? The people eating Tide Pods. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Hold on. Did I get some sort of scheduling thing wrong? Hang on, let's double check something. That was supposed to happen later. Wait a minute. Okay, so I guess we're skipping, or maybe we miss, I don't know, the hacking transient execution craziness. We might have to loop back and watch that, because apparently now they're talking about the German elections. And then they're going to be talking about the Smith thing, I think. Wait a minute now. Let's check in on this, because if this is this, we'll watch the German elections. If not, we will try to find the original thing we're looking at, or maybe we'll check the Stay of the Waffle. The Stupid Waffle.
Said that the use of voting computers in the 2005 Bundestag election was unconstitutional because, for example, the voting computers were not transparently enough. So that is very similar to that what we've also found for the municipal elections. But wait, we are here talking about the Bundestag election, but this is the municipal election. And we have different rules for the municipal elections. For example, there is the GLKRWO. That's the Gemeinde- und Landkreiswahlordnung Bayern, which basically translates to the Bavarian municipal election rules. And those rules say that we are indeed not allowed to use a computer for voting, but computers can be used for vote counting. So, and in this situation, I would expect that we have some sort of security requirements there in those regulations, but I tried to find them and I was really surprised there are exactly 0.
So if there are no legal requirements, are there at least any software side requirements or certifications for OK Vote? which promotes some security?
No offense to the speakers. But
Yeah,
I imagine
there
this is
are.
what's
So I
called
had a look at the
sound
website
in German.
and I saw this nice little paragraph here. And it says, elections with security, and during the development of OKVote, they put the highest emphasis on the topic security.
But let's attempt to resume here. I think that's going to be like a trend going on. So let's get back to German elections because this is fascinating. Because it's nice to it's horrifying, but it's also kind of nice to see another country have kind of the same problems that we do. So that way we know that we're not crazy, and it also pisses you off even more that this type of bullshit is more rampant. So it's just anyhow, let's hear from the German comedy duo.
Let's now look at the IT environment and why it came to that situation. So first of all, this is not fully the fault of OKVote, because it's the task for the local administration to provide hardware for vote counting. And the AKDB, so the vendors of OKVote, say that they recommend to use secure administration computers. That's fine so far, but we simply don't have enough secure administration computers for that purpose. So for example, in the town where I'm from, we needed around 8 computers to count out this election, and we simply did not have enough in the town hall. And what's even more, the election room, it was in a school, and there are already school PCs available there, so they were just using the school PCs. So, and those were even elementary school computers, so I'm not really sure about if all the pupils know which link they are allowed to click and which one they should rather not click on. So these systems might be insecure, they might be malware written, and even if it's possible that someone had manipulated them in advance. We cannot really exclude that. However, I don't want to blame the administration here, because it did a great job in organizing this election. It's really much to do for them, and it did really well. So everything that worked out well at the end. However, they are no IT security specialists, and we cannot demand from them that they know each detail on how to set up a system correctly and what are the risks that are associated with insecure computer systems in elections. That's just not their job. So, however, we still ended up with untrustworthy systems here because, as we have seen before, there are no legal regulations against that. Now let's see how we create a digital result.
Exactly. So we went to our voting places. We were presented with each one got a PC, and we got the ballot stack. We had to count and then enter the results. So Johannes is team 2 and I was team 1. And we started entering the ballots in the PC. And from this on, they were digitalized. Team 1 in green and team 2 in blue.
As soon as I was finished entering my ballots, I put them on a USB drive and handed them over to Team 1.
Exactly. I imported these votes because I was the master machine at this time, and the OKVote software then finalized these voting elections and exported the results finally again on a USB stick. And these were then delivered on for further processing.
What is the problem with that all? First of all, there's a lot of intransparency. So for example, the software that is being used for vote counting, OKVote, it's not an open source software, it's closed source, and nobody was able to analyze this yet. So, and since this is closed source software, it is also very hard to understand how the software works and if it really counts correctly. Because we have, in the end, we have hundreds of ballots there, and it's really difficult to tell if they have indeed been counted correctly. So, and also we have seen this before, there is no basis for a secure vote counting if we have possibly rigged computer system. So we cannot exclude that someone has manipulated them pre-election-wise. So if there is some manipulation, this would hardly be detectable by a standard election worker. So this means that the entire election process becomes very intransparent and hard to understand for a person who just wants to observe the election. So that is strictly against the idea of a public counting of votes.
So now let's talk about the step that happens after we finish counting in each of the teams.
So what do you do after you have exported the final election results? How do they come to the central administration?
Yeah, I've just entered my vehicle and took the USB sticks in my pocket and drove to the master PC. But as you maybe know, election day is always a very busy day, and some teams are slower at counting, some teams are faster. So the master team doesn't know when these USB sticks arrive. If they take 2 or 3 hours or half an hour, they don't know really. So I could just go and grab something to eat on my way, or I can manipulate the votes, deliver the votes. And yeah, in the end, when I arrive at the master PC, I just skip to my USB sticks, they enter it, and they take the data that is stored on there, and nothing else. And afterwards, they just uploaded the final results on the page.
Now you might think, why is it possible for him to manipulate election results? Because there's no authenticity. There's only integrity protection of the files that he is transporting. So there's some CRC32 and a SHA hash, but nothing like a cryptographic signature. So even if he alters the data, he can just regenerate all the integrity protection data, and the data will just be accepted. So the main issue here is also that this is one of the few spots where only a single person has unsupervised access to the data during transport or to voting data at all. And that makes manipulations possible and easily feasible in this case. And that should not be the case, especially in an electronically supported election. Now let's have a look at the vote counting software itself, because there we found even more interesting results.
Why are they using Firefox?
Exactly. Let's begin with the system architecture. First of all, this is the local or decentralized version of this software system. So all this is taking place on the local host, in the machine we were encountered in the election rooms. And on these machines was an Apache Tomcat web server running, which was connected to a MariaDB, and the user was interacting with the voting system via a portable Firefox. And as the AKDB said in before, they were very concerned with security. So let's think about what attackers they had in mind when they designed the system, and from which the system is to protect from. Is it the user that maybe attacks the system, the vote count system, which is normally just election workers that are on their free time there to help executing the election? Or are they having the network attackers in mind that come from completely different places and try to manipulate the network from outside? First of all, we took the user as one of the possible attackers, and even if in this environment we found some really broken stuff. First of all, the broken access control. But how it's all about? Well, that's the login page when we just logged in our voting system and clicked on administration page, where we can change our password, edit our profile. These are the buttons on the left. And as you can see, we are clearly logged in as the user 42, and there is no more things to do than select which counting part we want to do, the general regional vote or the municipal votes. And that's all we can do on this page. Now let's switch to the system administrator. There we have the admin account, as you can see on the left upper side, where we can now do very much more than the normal user. We are again on the administration page, but now we have the user administration where we can create or delete users. We have the reopen or close voting mechanisms. We have imports, we have exports, and also what's not included in the screenshots, submenus like deleting finalized results and so on. So we picked out two very interesting URLs for you. First of all, we are taking the Bezirk wieder öffnen, which is translated just to reopen election.
That would be the first thing I would
type. Closed, it's normally finalized, so no more votes can be entered in the system. And the other link is alertion, that translates to delete data, which then in the end deletes all the data from the machine. So no more private or secure data is stored on there. And this is what they look like when we open them. On the left side we see the reopen dialog, and on the right side we see the data delete. But wait, this is not the admin view, this is the user view. So they did not check if this user is even allowed.
I probably should
and
check
we
my
also
blood
have to
pressure
say
during
that this is not just the view of it, it is fully working and is completely functional when we just go through the process of deleting or reopening as an election.
What's the problem with that?
Yeah, as you maybe already guessed, reopening elections could create the probability of sneaking in some additional votes for the candidate I favor, and additionally, if I want to mess with all of the voting, I could just delete all election data and you would have started from the beginning and completely delay or deny the voting.
But why is this even possible?
Yeah, we found out that this is their access control check in their software, and this function is called get Zugriffsrollen, which translates to get access roles. So normally there would also be the software in place to check if this role is allowed to access this kind of site, but they just returned null and not implemented it. And that's also nice work to implement access control. However, I think we can propose some mechanisms that could have prevented this. First of all, hidden information is nothing you
Not
could rely
hire
on.
morons.
If
That's
you
a
just
good
don't
idea.
show where you can click to get to this URL or to this page, that's not really secret, because maybe you find some leaked source code, or you make show serving at an admin, or you just by accident type in the wrong URL and get to this hidden information, or you exactly use software scanner to find something hidden. So hidden data is just not secure. And on the other hand, you should finalize your implementation of access control to have access control and even test it once to be sure that it works. So in the end, we can conclude that hidden data is not protected data.
Let's now come to another type of attacks, cross-site attacks. A cross-site attack is a sort of interference between two websites, where one website, for example, tries to do something on behalf of the other. The goal is often to deceive the user or to trigger the manipulations. First of all, we were quite sure that I have thought of cross-site attacks, because during our testing we saw that they included some HTTP headers that target a wide range of attack vectors that use cross-site scripting attacks. For example, here we have an X-frame options, same origin. That means that other pages cannot include the voting software into own frames and so on, and also cross-site scripting protection is enabled via XSS protection. So this looks quite good, because this already excludes several attack vectors. Well, but how about cross-site request forgery? When we first tested this, we found out that the vote counting system is not fully protected against it. What is cross-site request forgery? So in the first step, the election worker uses the integrated Firefox browser to access a malicious website. So the user is triggered to visit this website. For example, someone sent him a link, triggered him to click on a link by the promise, for example, of cute admin mail pictures or some sort of that. And then the user visits this website. And this website contains form fields that resemble the form fields of the actual vote counting software. And the malicious website now triggers the browser to submit this form data not to the original website, but rather to the vote counting software. And as soon as it reaches the Tomcat web server, the web server is confused, because the web server cannot discern the input from the cross-site attack from the malicious website from original user input. And then the Apache Tomcat server just thinks that this is original user input and will process it. And that's called a cross-site request forgery attack. So we saw that there is sometimes a protection against this sort of attacks, but many pages are not protected against it. And that is very concerning, because that's a 2001 vulnerability. It's almost 20 years old now, and it's still present in such a software. So this is quite unsettling here. Now let's sum this up, what we can do with it. So first of all, the issue is that they have missing CSRF tokens or any other good countermeasure against cross-site request forgery attacks. And the second point is here that only minimal user interaction is required. The user often doesn't even see that a cross-site request forgery attack is currently being executed on his behalf. So it's almost undetectable by the user, and it's very simple to trick a user into clicking a link. So the impact is very devastating because we can now manipulate settings in the vote counting software, and we can even insert fake ballots here.
So what's the result of this? What we can do with it?
Well, we can manipulate the entire election with this. Let's just use a demo how we do this.
Nice.
We are already logged into the vote counting system. Our username is admin321934. Now let's count some votes.
Should have been 8008.
As we can see here, these are all the ballots that we can enter. They are still empty since we haven't entered any ballots yet. So let's start. For simplicity, we just have two parties here. On the left-hand side, we have the good party, who wants the best for their people. On the right-hand side, we have the bad party, who wants to take power and is willing to commit election fraud. Let us begin and enter the first paper ballot. The person has voted for the good party, so we enter this into the software. Now we save the ballot and go to the next one. Again, it's a vote for the good party. Let's enter it and save it and go to the third ballot. And again, it's for the good party. Let's save our third ballot. Now we go to the ballot overview and we look what has happened. As you can see, we now have 3 ballots that have successfully been entered. And next, let's check the preliminary election results. As we can see here, we have a total of 3 ballots that have been entered into the system. That's correct. 3 ballots contain votes for the good party. That's also correct. And 0 votes have been given to the bad party. That's fine so far. Next, I will show you what happens if I open a malicious website. This website will execute a CSRF attack and manipulate the election results. Let's just assume we want to take a break and simply browse Twitter.
I imagine Trump's watching this and is going to bitch about this even though this is the German system.
Okay, here we are. There's a cute cat picture and there's a link to even more of them. Let's just play along and get tricked into clicking that link.
This is tab napping. This is going to be a tab nap.
Oh, look at all those cute animal pictures.
I already saw
Look, a hungry rabbit, a monkey, a little hedgehog, and 2 cute goats, and so on. And when we are done browsing, we close those tabs again and return to our vote counting software.
They just tab nabbed.
What we notice now is that our username has been altered, and we just got pawned. We were tricked into visiting this malicious website. The website executed a CSRF attack on the vote counting software and did some manipulations. Let's see what else has changed. However, our 3 ballots are still there, but now we take a look at the preliminary election results. What you can see here is that the number of ballots that are in the system has been increased to 8. We now have 5 additional ballots that were not entered by us. As you can see, the good party still has 3 votes. That is what we have entered. But now the bad party has taken the lead. They have 5 votes now. This attack has indeed manipulated the election results. This is really bad because we cannot even see those additional fake ballots that have been injected. However, we are lucky because we noticed it since we have expected this attack. But we won't notice it in every case.
Especially with a high amount of
What
volume.
happens if we don't notice?
Well, that happens. So for this example, we just assume that Team 1 has 3 ballots that they have entered into the computer system, and Team 2 has 6 ballots that have been entered into the computer system. Now, Team 1 visits their malicious website and 5 fake ballots are injected into the election results. In this case, the attacker is very smart and injects the ballots at a location where the Team 2 ballots will be expected in the future. So what happens now is Team 2 exports their ballots and Team 1 tries to import the ballots of Team 2.
Cut, dry, and run.
The following thing happens. Because there are already ballots present at the location where the Team 2 ballots should go to, the import process is not fully successful and only a subset of the ballots are imported. So the majority of the ballots, in this case 5 of 6 ballots, are just discarded because they don't fit in the database anymore, because that location is already taken by the fake ballots. So usually we would expect that this can generate an error message or at least a warning, but this does not happen. This is a silent failure of the software. And what's even worse is now that the sums finally are correct. So that means we now have 9 ballots present in the system and 9 paper ballots that were initially available. So this looks like we have entered all the ballots and everything seems to be fine. So we will now close the election and generate the final result. And that is what happens now. As you can see, we have only 4 votes for the good party, but 5 votes for the bad party. So the bad party has won the election by manipulating the voting system using this
AKA
TSRF
2016
attack.
in America.
And that should never be possible because this is not what we expect from a voting software. And in this case, the result is rigged. So, have you also thought about network vulnerabilities?
Yeah, sure. That's exactly the other side of the coin. First, we checked the election worker side for attacks, but now we checked the network side and scanned and analyzed the system at first, and then we looked like this. Open ports everywhere. And as you can see, they fully exposed the Apache Tomcat and the MariaDB to each available network on the system. With this, we thought, yeah, let's maybe try some newly discovered vulnerability, which was currently recently found in 2020, called GhostCat. And GhostCat is an attack against the AHP protocol from Apache. But let's check the Apache system and how it's built. First, the Apache has a web root, which serves static resources and HTML or GSP files. And additionally, it can include class files or class servlets, which are combined with these JSPs or HTML files and then served to the user. So we prepared our ADP shooter with the URL of the web publication.
Thanks to his accent, I heard that as idiot P shooter, which describes my brain right now.
It's a private test class file, because well, maybe what we could leak about this, but we'll see. And then we said we only want to read it, because there would even be the possibility to evaluate it and execute the code in it. So we've done this attack, and ta-da, we got a result. And this is the bytecode of the private test class. So let's just drop this bytecode in our cup of coffee, and maybe we can pull out some source code from it. And yeah, that's what we've read out, because why not just test your encryption mechanism with the string? But this is not a common string, as we later found out. This is the real root productive password of the MariaDB. And this was like...
So, what's the problem?
As you maybe clearly see, with this attack we could leak out the login of the MariaDB and probably even more logins or passwords. And additionally, we could leak the whole source code over the network without ever accessing the PC in the election room. And this was only possible because they completely exposed all machines and applications to the network, and this should never be the case. So in result, how can this be prevented? First, you should never expose these unneeded ports to the internet, because they don't even use the AHP proxy in their application, but just left it on the 0000 interface. Next, you should keep your software up to date. That if some vulnerabilities were found, you should not be vulnerable to it. And last but not least, never use productive passwords as your unit tests, because that's not the best idea to do.
I love how they're trying not to laugh.
In the end, to sum it up, avoid at all costs any additional attack surface to prevent these kind of attacks, even if you don't know about them yet.
After Toby has shown us a lot of interesting Apache stuff, I tested the database for its security. For the first analysis, I was just starting with the same PC where also the software was installed, and I tried to gain access to the database. So I was coming from the host localhost, I tried to use the username root, and then I saw that I am asked for a password before I'm allowed to connect to the database. However, finding the password was quite trivial to do because all the stuff I needed to know for that was included in a class file, and I was able to decrypt the password without any issue here. In that moment I realized that also the password that Toby has shown us before that he found with the GhostCat vulnerability is indeed the MySQL root password here. So after I had access to the MySQL system, I tried to dump the user table to look which users are allowed to access the database. So, and that is how the user table looks like. We have 4 times the user root, and the user root requires a password if I'm coming from localhost. But wait a moment, here we also have the host PCI 9039, and as you can see here, there is no MySQL password statement.
What?
That means that someone coming from host PCI 9039 is always allowed to connect
Their
as root
password is
and
nothing.
does not even need to provide any password
Their
for
password
that.
is worse
And
than
that's
password.
really strange.
Perfect image right there.
So,
Perfect image.
What could happen from this?
Well, now someone on the network can now do just some voting manipulation that's quite trivial. Because as
Walk
soon
into
as
the
I
front door,
set
why
my
don't
host
you?
to the correct host name, I get full access to the database where all my local voting results are stored. And since I'm root, I can interfere with them. I can change them however I want to. And this vulnerability is so weird and trivial. It takes me no effort to do this at all. And so we won't even go into a demo here because it's so stupid simple in this case. Usually I would say that's enough for today because we already have full access to the voting system and can change whatever we want to. However, this time we decided to go deeper because we saw PCI 9039 as a real door opener. So we have access to the voting results, we can change them, but we still don't have access to the entire voting system. So what about the PC? Might it be possible with that root access to the database server to gain remote code execution at that machine? So for this experiment, I used the following setup. On the right hand side, we have the voting system with the exposed MariaDB database server. In the left hand side, that's my system. I named myself PCI 9039 just because I can do it, and I establish a connection to the MariaDB server. I use root as a username, I don't need any password, and it is immediately accepted. So now that I am connected, I'm allowed to issue commands. For example, I can now instruct MariaDB to enable one of its plugins. This plugin is called HA Connect. It's one of the plugins that usually come directly with MariaDB, and this is a very powerful MySQL storage driver. So now I will show you what I can do with that storage driver. So at next, I will now create a table that's called PWN, and I'm using the HA Connect storage driver, and I instruct the storage driver to create a file that's called pwn.dll and to place it right into that plugin folder. There is nothing that stops me from doing so. So that is one of the special features of the HA Connect storage driver, that I can just say this table is mapped to that file in the file system. However, this file is still empty because the table is empty. But since this is a database, I can now just issue insert into statements and load whatever data I want to, for example, some malicious DLL, I can just load into the table via that insert into statement, and then it is directly written into our malicious DLL pwn.dll. Okay, so at next, after I finished writing, I will instruct MariaDB to enable this plugin that I have just uploaded. And enabling a plugin means that we are executing the code that is stored in this DLL file. So and that means we have remote code execution.
I don't even ask what you can do with remote code execution.
Well, I can do everything. So that means I have now gained full control over the entire vote counting system. So I'm not only talking about the data in the database, I'm talking about the entire computer that I can now fully control and manipulate however I want to. And that's possible only by using the voting software and accessing it over the network interfaces that it has exposed. And now I will show you how simple this is to execute an arbitrary program on the system. This is the vote counting computer system. To begin, let's start the vote counting software. Now the Apache Tomcat web server and the MariaDB database server are being launched. Finally, the Firefox portable is started. The system is now ready for operation. But beware, the attacker becomes active. His hostname is the infamous PCI 9039. Immediately, he launches the Python attack script fun.py. It connects to the MariaDB server as root without password and uploads a malicious DLL plugin. When the upload has been finished, the malicious plugin is executed. As we can see, the calculator was started, thus remote code execution was successful. The vote counting computer system is now under control of the attacker. After we have found those devastating issues with the vote counting software, we immediately notified the vendor AKDB.
And they were very professional about it and responded very quickly to our initial emails. So we really liked working together with them and telling them our results, and they were always positive about it. So they also recommended some fixes.
So for example, they told us you should only use that voting software in a secure environment, like in an administration network. However, we don't really believe that this is a good solution.
Exactly, and we're not very happy about this proposal because we have two problems that still arise even if it's in a secure environment. First of all, an administrative PC could still be infected with some malware, or it could be manipulated before the election takes place. And in the second hand, we had this bug with the broken access control, you remember? And even if you would have been in a secure environment, this bug would have been totally worked and you could have completely deleted all data work or reopened elections or something like this.
But we are still quite happy that they took us seriously because they even have announced updates. So for example, they wrote us that they are planning on adding CSRF tokens for the pages where we found cross-site vulnerabilities. So that's already a good step into the right direction. So now let's summarize what we have presented today. So first of all, we discovered several problematic aspects in the concept and its practical implementation. So first of all, the entire voting system, it's running on untrustworthy computer systems. They could have been manipulated beforehand, they could have malware on them, or they just could not just function correctly. So that's already very problematic from the beginning because we have no underlying trust that we can put into those systems, and we are using them to count out our votes, to count out the entire election. So what's even more is that even if we use the software and the PC that lies beyond it is secure, it still has not enough transparency. It's very hard to understand what the software is exactly doing and how is it doing this. So I cannot really understand how does it come to its result. Please keep in mind that we have almost 600 candidates and several hundreds of ballots that have all to be input into that computer system, and then some magic happens and it spits out its result. So then we just have to take this result because it's just impossible to check if really each vote has been counted correctly, or if there anything strange has happened or any manipulation took place.
And this is also possible because we found lots of vulnerable software, and not just the system security was affected, but it was also absolutely possible to manipulate the whole election from very many parts in the network. And this leads us to conclude that these elections are at a high risk with this technology.
So, and this is the reason that we want you as election worker. The more eyes are looking at the election, the more secure it becomes. And if you are interested in becoming an election worker, just get into contact with your local administration. They are always very happy to have volunteers who want to take part as election workers. So, and from my personal experience, I'm doing this for several years now. It's also a lot of fun. You get into contact with a lot of people. So I enjoyed this a lot and I can just recommend it. And this is a good way how every one of us can support the democracy in their country.
So to conclude our talk, we found out that security in this technology is really bad. And that's not all of it.
So this is just the tip of the iceberg, because we looked only at one of the solutions that is available for vote counting, and this was also in a special configuration. So what is even more difficult to say is what happens behind all the stuff we have seen today, because when we export the data and bring it to the central administration and the data is imported and uploaded, so where does all this data go? Where are all the results from all these data, from all the polling stations are summarized? We don't know that yet how this works. We don't have the software that we can analyze. So there is still a lot of work that has to be done here to really check the entire system. We just took a look at a very small portion, and that is just the vote counting software here.
Next, we were very shocked that this information that vote counting is already shifted to software is not publicly known. And this is also why we created this talk today, as this is an information that is crucial for the democracy, that there's already this software in use and it is not really secure. So this was a big thing for us to bring it out to the people.
So, and one other thing is, everything that we have seen today is entirely legal, because at least in Bavaria, we don't have any rules or any laws against the use of unsecure computer systems, of unsecure vote counting software. So as we've seen in the beginning, we only have very rough legal guidelines where it says, well, you can just use computers for vote counting. But we need stricter guidelines here, because it cannot continue as we've seen it today. And in other states in Germany, there is sometimes something like let's say guidelines or even certification process for such digital software. But in most states that I had a look at, there are no rules at all. And that is nothing that should continue in the next years that way.
Additionally, in the end, before any of this software to electronically count the votes should go live, unbiased tests for everyone should be available to prove themselves that this software is secure and this software is doing what it's promising to us, because it is directly influencing our democracy. And if this software is manipulated, it manipulates our voting, our election, and our democracy. So in the end, we can just leave you with two questions. How much digital support is required?
And how much is tolerable?
Fade out! Boo, 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 boo. I don't know if there's going to be a Q&A part here in a moment, but we're going to find out as I try to plug into IRC here.
Very much for the interesting talk, Johannes and Tobias. And thank you very much for your work on the topic. I hope you do have time for a little Q&A, as we have quite a few questions actually.
Sure.
Hope that is okay. All right. So the first question from the internet is there any suspicion that these vulnerabilities have been actively used?
Well, it's very hard to tell. So at least for the town that I'm from, I did not notice any special occurrences there. So however, I don't have an overview over entire Bavaria. So that's quite hard to tell. I think it's even impossible to tell if there were any manipulations so far. So unfortunately, we cannot say that.
Additionally, we just at one place in this whole system, so we don't have an overview if there was any mismatching numbers or there any other influences that happened, but that we didn't see at the moment because we were just at one position in the system, at one station of the election.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Do you believe that it is possible to have a digital vote that is as secure and trustworthy as physical or paper-based voting is?
Well, in my opinion, that's not possible if we want to have the same sort of transparency that we have in the paper-based voting system. Because when we have paper-based voting, we can just go into the voting room and watch what's going on there. We can see the ballots that are handed in, the ballots that come out of the box, then they are counted, are summed up. I can really try to find out what's going on there. I can have a look at that, understand what the people are doing there. But the moment that I have only a digital vote, I cannot really find out if the computer is doing the right thing, if there were some manipulations. So in terms of transparency, I don't think it is possible in the same way as in the paper-based ballots, for example.
I would have to add to this, if there would be the possibility to get the same traceability and visibility, that we can always see which results came from which position, and if they're signed and very transparent, then it would maybe be possible in any future, but not with any kind of this software we saw there.
All right, thank you. Do you by any chance know which states in Germany use the software OK Vote as far?
We cannot directly say which states actively use them because we only took place in the elections here in Munich or Bavaria. But we can tell that we found very much hints in the source code that they were also used in, for example, Hamburg, Bremen, Hessen or Rheinland-Pfalz. But we don't know if they were already used there, or if it's planned to be used there, or if they did already use them in the past elections and decided against them for future ones. We don't know about this exactly.
Okay. Maybe we can stay for a second on your job as a election worker. The process of manually entering data into the system. Is there a process for this? Do you have an idea on the risk of this part here?
Yeah, so it's basically the thing that there are at least 2 or 3 people sitting in front of each computer, and then they are entering each ballot. So people are really cross-checking that the ballot has been entered correctly. So it's like one person has the ballot in front of him or her, and the other person reads the votes, and the other person types it in, and they are cross-checking each other so that there isn't any error during typing in those election results into the computer.
All right, thank you for the elaboration. Someone is asking, are the systems connected to the internet or some other network? If the understanding of your talk was correctly received by that person. The results are written to some physical medium which is turned in to transmit the results, so you sense something physically. So why care for the Windows version or the that is running on these machines? Is that correct understanding?
Well, the problem with that is that it depends on the local administration how they set up their computer systems. So I also read this in the chat here. Someone has written that they had their voting software in a very limited network connectivity. So the computer was not connected to the internet. However, it depends very on the administration and on the computer network that is being used there. So it is entirely possible that computers are connected to the internet because there are no guidelines on how these computers are allowed to be set up. So I cannot fully exclude this. So, and if someone, for example, just enables the wireless network or connects to some unsecured hotspot, they are connected then. So it's hard to tell here, but I would not exclude this possibility.
To extend this answer, we even tried to find out if there is any software side protections that checks if there is an internet connection present, and would then deny this voting system, but there wasn't, or at least we couldn't find one. So even if the administration was not advised if the PCs should be disconnected from this from the network, there isn't even a security mechanism in place that would check this and stop it, or even show a warning that this is connected and they should be disconnected from the internet before the counting can begin.
Interesting. All right. We have one message on the IRC from someone who worked with this particular piece of software in demo mode by themselves, obviously. And the question they have is, did you notice a possibility to enter negative votes for a candidate? So saying -2 votes, for instance.
Well, that's difficult to tell. I thought about if this is possible, so perhaps you might have to manipulate the database directly. So I'm not entirely sure. I'm not sure if I tried this out, this one. So, but however, as soon as I have database access, it's entirely possible to manipulate anything. So, well, we could try this out again. However, I don't think that it changes much in our result. So, yeah, that's an interesting question so far. I cannot answer this right now. So I'm not sure, Toby, have you tried out something like that?
We've tried manipulating some already submitted votes, but I think this was not really possible. However, as you showed, when you export the data and import into the main PC, the votes that were already in place, possibly by an attacker, would then discard the newly imported votes. So this would probably replace this data and these votes. But via the web interface, I think it was not possible. However, we found enough vulnerabilities with database access that you could do it by this way if you want to.
All right, thank you for your explanation. Out of pure curiosity, people ask, how did you get access to the software in the first place to carry out your analysis?
Well, that's a good question here, because there's a nice story behind that. So I was an election worker, and I was supporting setting up the system and doing some IT support in the evening. And at some point we tried to merge our results. So we exported the results from one computer to move them to the other one. However, the import failed because there is some artificial limitation in software. So as soon as your export files are larger than 10 megabytes, they cannot be imported anymore. So this happens quite quickly when you have a few hundreds of votes or a few hundreds of ballots, and then the import doesn't work anymore. And I had a look at this file, and it was just a JSON file with a lot of white space. So I copied all that stuff to my computer to fix this. And there was also later on a software fix that was published by the software vendor. However, then I had the software on my computer just because I wanted to fix this election. And it was very late at night. Then I returned home and I noticed, oh, I still have that software on my computer. Let's have a look at this. So yeah, it was just by chance. So I tried to fix something, got all the software on my PC, and then I had it ready to analyze, even with some data on there, though, that I really knew how this works in practice. And yes, but if someone would try to gain access to that software, that's quite simple, because they could just restore the deleted data from one of the computers that are in the schools. Perhaps someone doesn't even delete the election software from their computer in the school, or some person could just steal one of the USB sticks that have been used for installation. So I don't even think that that would be noticed then.
Interesting indeed. You mentioned in your talk that the software is certified by the BSI and that they claim to be certified by the Open Web Application Security Project. But how could such a broken system be certified by these parties in the first place? And what's wrong with the certification process? Yes, this obviously happened. I mean, like, why not use a certified... Why do we use certified software in the first place if it gets certified even if it's broken?
I think the first point about this is that we already mentioned in the talk that there are no legal requirements. You don't need any certification that your software can be used in our vote.
Because I think it's going okay and smooth for all of you watching out there, but it is choppy in terms of, like, I know Restream keeps thinking that they're separate streams, so it keeps sending a separate email about them. So about 2 more talks, we're going to end this, and I'll do a bunch of tests, including restarting this machine to fix it. So just bear with us, and I apologize.
That was also the wording that was used on the website. So there's no real certification behind that so far.
Thank you for the answer. Do you know by chance how the municipalities publish the election results?
Well, I don't know in detail how it works. So when we handed in our election results, they got uploaded onto some other software, and that's also the end that I've seen. So they're entered in the computer system and they're electronically transmitted, and that first of all it generates a preliminary result, and finally there's a final result generated. But however, I don't really know how this works, but the election results that were generated with OK Vote are definitely going into the final result. So perhaps there's also some paper-based protocol between that. I don't really know if they're using this, the data that's in the computer or the data that is on the paper, but however, it doesn't change very much here.
Okay. Jumping over here a bit, the last question would be, what in your experience, how practical and expensive are hand recounts here? And did you observe these?
I think this is very different from election to election and from city to city. If this is a rather small town, you could probably easily re-elect all the votes and recount the votes. But if this is a big city like Munich, for example, with millions of votes, and you would have to recount this would particularly delay the voting or the result pretty much, and this could have really bad influences if this would happen, that the software is shown that it has kind of manipulation happened and they had to recount all the stuff by hand again.
So counting this by hand is indeed very, very effortful, because they have like 70 votes per ballot, and even summing up all that is still error prone if it's done by hand. So it's difficult to do that, and up to my knowledge, it's not generally recounted after the election. So I tried to find something in the internet regarding that, and I just found some PDF where they said, well, it's not practical feasible to recount all the election results and all the ballots. So let's just rather do a meter level check on, is the protocol complete? How about special ballots that were not really clear and so on? But it's not like every ballot will be recounted, as far as I understand.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tobias and Johannes, for answering all the questions. Thank you again for your talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If you liked that talk, there is no applause on a virtual event, but you can still share your feedback on the feedback system. You can reach out to the speakers by various channels. You can leave feedback in the virtual player. And I ask you to do that because it helps the speakers a lot, and it helps them feel appreciated for the work. Now, thanks again, and I would now like to hand over to the Herald News Show.
So that was really cool. That was the, let's mute this, that was the election security talk. I was particularly hyped for that talk, and boy did it deliver, because, again, as I said in the IRC chat, which is why I have this laptop open, what you were seeing me there was logging in through Tor and then loading up the different channels I had beforehand. And again, I apologize to everyone for the data the bandwidth spikes. I don't know if that's cables, I don't know if our internet's on the fritz, or what I'm thinking is this computer probably really needs a break. I should have turned it off overnight, but I was too distracted by stuff. So hopefully the next 3 days, the stream should go a lot more smoothly, because again, I think it's been one consistent stream so far in terms of Twitch and stuff, but I am getting emails from our restream where it thinks we're constantly turning on and turning off broadcasting. So that's kind of crazy. I think we just need to stay in the same room, because up next will be the Yes Men stuff. And I also just want to remind that once again, and I'm going to post the link again, chat, we are doing we're trying to raise money for Child's Play charity. That's what that bar is, at that progress bar above. They're an awesome group of folks, started by gamers, the Penny Arcade people. And basically, we're trying to turn everyone into Hacker Santa. We want it so that, we get a bunch of sick, injured, and disabled kids a better start to 2021 than they did in 2020 by getting them either fun games to distract themselves with, or medical assistive equipment such as VR rehabilitation rigs, the treadmills, wheelchairs, all that sort of stuff, occupational therapy stuff. So if you want to be Hacker Santa, make a kid's beginning of 2020 that special. We're going to be doing this all the way until the day after New Year's. I would love for someone to donate 20 or 50 $1 billion to it. Our goal, we're trying to do 300 before January 2nd, 2021. But if you just have $1 or $3 or $5, you can donate that. I put the link in the chat. If you're on Twitch, there's a widget you can scroll down to and click on where you can donate directly. And I see notifications for those in the same way. If you like this current content right now, you can click that bell, hit like, shares, or subscribe on Twitch, DLive, YouTube, and recently in a read-only Facebook mode. And for all of you elite people watching our YouTube live stream through Tor, you are some crazy MFers, and I'm very proud of you. But whether you follow or subscribe to us on any of our streaming platforms, send us bits or lemons or super chats on those, or especially donate to Child's Play, I will get alerts for those. I'll be able to hear them. Everyone will be able to see them. I cheer them on, and for donations, I try to do like fun, cool, funny, silly, extra special things for the camera. So if you want me to do a fun, silly, goofy thing to prove that I'm not a terrorist, you can go right ahead and do that. These talks about Jews have been going. What we're going to do is, I think the Yes Men talk will be the last talk that we will stream. And then what I'll do is, if there was any talks today, I will add them into some of the early talks tomorrow. We're only going to look at one extra talk anyhow. So I'll add the ransomware one and the hijacking transient execution through microarchitectural load value injection. God, that sounds like a PDMS term, right? But I'll try to get those two, and I'll add them into tomorrow. So tomorrow will be like a super long stream, provided that we're able to stabilize. And I have a couple of theories on some of the spikes. It could be the way that they are broadcasting, because I know people have had issues in terms of the stream broadcast not being able to get to load even on like a basic Google Chromium or base Firefox with no add-ons or modifications. And while we haven't had any problems in terms of trying to get the streams work in terms of the Chaos Computer Congress talks, we have been having these problems where everything will go fine, and then we'll have a spike dip so hard that OBS will temporarily disconnect. And I'm not fully aware of how many problems that's going to fully cause or show, but yeah, that is a concern of ours that we're just trying to make sure we look into. And again, we'll probably explore more of the con, again, better internet stability tomorrow. But I just kind of wanted to see what's going on here. And what's funny is that after the Yes Men go up, if I remember correctly, let's look back at some So not the super schedule, the smaller, more concise schedule here. So ESPN 20. So yeah, after them, it's going to be like, let's see, it's going to be basically like 9, 10 o'clock in Germany. It's only going to be like 5 p.m. here. But basically, they're going to be in party mode. So unfortunately, we won't be streaming those parties. Otherwise, the stream would go on all night. But, you know, just let you know that, like, the convention stuff still goes on. There's the new Incent reward. So, you know, that's so even after I close this stream, I'm probably going to leave, like, some of the music, and we'll test some things like the telethon game and stuff like that. And in fact, while we're waiting for... Oh, they're teaching how to build Tashunk. And the stream just went weird. So I'm thinking... I want to hear what they're talking about Tashunk here. Hold on. Cheers! It's a cute thing if you don't know. So for all of you who've been at Hope and either have tried the Club Mate and thought it was just a tasteless thing that kind of pepped you up a little bit, or tried the Club Mate and got like basically coronavirus through a bottle, the Club Mate stuff originates from Germany. It's a German drink. In fact, 2600 is, if not the only one of the few resellers for the United States, but it's a German done drink. Our resident Crumb Dungeon hacker Neo, who you probably saw last night on Crypto Barons in the chat, is someone who like he's just, like from the Southern Hispanics, so he's like very much like real mate and like how to make it as opposed to like carbonated stuff, which, you know, I can understand. Personally, I find it the base Club Mate is flavorless and I don't care for it. The what is it called, the summer edition, or like was it like the special edition or whatever, that stuff is good. That tastes like iced tea and has a little bit more of a pep to it. It actually has a flavor. It's a good flavor, a nice like kind of, it's like brisk light flavor, and I really dig that. So that I can drink. The normal Club Mate can fuck off. And the reason I keep saying Tashunk, and I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, but it's like a type of alcoholic beverage that they made using Club Mate at Chaos Computer Congress that's gotten popular all over the hacker scene in throughout Europe. And I haven't seen anyone make it here. In fact, I was going to actually try to make it at Hope physically this year, back when Hope was going to be held on a college campus in Queens as we started to trip out with the triangles here. But unfortunately, that did not happen. Actually, let me double check on the schedule again to quite see when the Yes Men are actually going to pop up. So let's see, the Yes Men, so it's going to be, all right, so if that ended there, that means in like 10 more minutes, because they're at like 2:20 here, and I don't know if let's see if it goes all the way, if it's a full hour or not. Okay, so it's 40 minutes, and then they might have Q&A, although this says it's a lecture, and then we'll be good, because normally we're going to record a little bit longer, but just because of all the stream spikes, I've been a bad hacker, basically, or a computer person, so I've been naughty. So what I'm going to do is we're going to afterwards do some tests. An acquired taste, yes, just like, you know, like the way Tide Pods are an acquired taste. So, although to be fair, they did make whiskey in the form of those type of pods. So, you know, art imitating life, imitating stupidity. So, yeah, so after that, I'm gonna power down this computer, make it rest, and then I'm going to put it back on. I'm going to actually, what I'll probably do is I'll watch the rest of the Chaos Computer Congress. Then I'm going to properly power down this machine, turn it back on, go through all the stuff, do some tests, and hopefully we won't get this sort of weird spikes, because I don't know if it's our network or the physical cord connecting it to the switch, or if it's the Chaos Computer Congress itself causing these spikes. I honestly don't know. I do know that I've had this computer on for way too long in terms of streaming, and considering we're going to be streaming 4 more days of this, because at like literally the day after my brain just died. Let me get some water. Hydrate, squad. Always drink your water. Now I have dry everything, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. I have dry hair, dry mouth, dry scalp. My theme song is How Dry I Am. So, but yeah, what was I getting to with this? Oh yeah, so I don't remember, but I do remember that we are trying to raise money for Child's Play. So if I can find my cursor, there it is. I'm going to repost that link one of the few last times here. And again, I'm not asking for $1 billion, although $1 billion would be awesome to help a bunch of sick kids have copium for 2020. Just $1 or $5. I've donated a little bit to our own charity here. It's the money's handled through Tiltify, so we don't touch any of the money. They're an actual 501c3. They're competent. They can find their ass with both hands, unlike apparently the people who make and maintain election machines. And even if we don't make our $300 goal by New Year's, all the money that you donate will still go to various hospitals and children who have caught COVID or had trees fall on them, or who are in domestically abusive households and stuff like that. So you'll be able to be Hacker Santa, and we keep lists and we check them twice. But yeah, you can also donate anonymously, by the way. That's why we still have the anonymous person that donated $25 a couple of streams ago, and thanks to that anonymous person out in Anani land for that donation. Yeah, you get to have knowing conscious that you've made a kid's beginning 2020 either better or actually like tolerable and cured than it was in 2020, because 2020 was, because we're still in it, unfortunately. We have like one more week left. It's literally the Fire Festival, but everywhere. That's literally what it was. It was the Fire Festival, but instead of it just being a bunch of douchebags from Hoboken and some island somewhere who got what they deserved, it was our government, it was systemic racism, it was Nintendo's servers, it was Sony's servers, it was all the different hacker conventions getting canceled, it was the coronavirus, it was the Fire Festival, except it was in everything. So yeah, I can kind of relate to, like, you know, I'm screwed because I'm in my 30s. No one gives a crap about me. But, you know, if I can get like the Zillennial generation who's being shit on by not only my generation, but still by the boomers that are shitting on my generation, and the Gen Xers that aren't doing anything, we know who you are. You know, if we can get them to be a little bit better, so hopefully they can unfuck a bunch of things, I think that would be a good thing to do. So again, I post the link in chat. For all you out there on DLive and YouTube, you can also hit that bell, click and subscribe on all those platforms. And if you're on Twitch, not only can you follow us on there, and we'll get notifications as well as you donate, but if you want to donate to Child's Play, but you don't want to click on the link and screw up the stream, provided I don't screw it up for you, you can, we have a widget if you scroll down that you can click on that will allow you to donate without having you to leave our stream. And we're only going to be streaming on until about basically, let's see here, we'll basically stream until 4 p.m. So we're going to cut off a little bit early just because we've had, it's weird because it's not like we had a crap ton of technical issues. It's kind of like Cyberpunk 2077, where like the one thing that was supposed to be easy didn't work. We did all the hard things and it got work. So it's like the problem here was getting up early in the morning and figuring out a schedule and posting on time. And we got the microphone reset up, and I had everything except for the logos, everything we wanted. And the actual internet connection is basically screwing up now. And I have no idea whose fault it is or what fault it is, or if there's any even faults at all, or farts. Either one of those two. But yeah, and then I'm on the, this is a tiny window, so I could be able to do this Matrix style on like the IRC using hex chat with like a cool Matrix display. Not literally like a dot Matrix display like the movie The Matrix, you know, green and black. That's how I remember computers. So all my terminals and IRCs are always green and black. On the Hackanet through Tor. And so I'm on there in the chat. I originally had this up in browser on Google Chrome because for some reason that was the only thing it worked on. And I was going to show it in chat, but I did remember and look up the fact that I'm going to yawn. Tired mode. I am also going to take a dirt nap after this while the techno music plays in Germany. They basically said that, hey, you know all of our rules in person for privacy of like you just don't take photos in the hallway and something, and you can only take photos of an individual person if they give consent. It also extends into this remote Chaos Computer Congress, or rC3. So I don't feel like I should bring up the IRC directly on the stream unless it was that weird small thing that I just showed, because I'd have to ask everyone in IRC their permission if I could show like the chats and the screen names. I mean, you can access this stuff. This is public, but I don't want to upset anything in like the terms of service. So we're not doing the Hope and DEFCON thing where we pop into the Matrix chat or pop into the Discord and just talk to random people on there. And that's why I'm talking right now, but I'm not going to show it just because, again, these are Europeans. They have way higher privacy standards than we do for the most part, which is insane because the privacy standards there are still sad. So that really shows how sad our standards are. Again, I'll still never forget at the Chaos Computer Congress, like a couple of them back, I think this was like CCC like 36 or something, where there was the dump of Red Star OS, which is the North Korean Linux operating system that's designed to look and act like a Mac. And what was insane was when they tore it apart, they only found 2 potential tracking backdoors, and you can, if you know what you're doing, easily disable them. So the horror was, not only is it harder for to disable all the tracking functions on Windows, there are literally 10 times more tracking functions in Windows 10, the all-American Freedom Banner Thomas Paine operating system, than it is the North Korean draconian fascist government. So what does that say about us? Anyhow, I think they're now going to introduce the Yes Men. Just as a safety thing, I am going to reload the stream here. I'm really excited because I haven't seen Mike and Annie for a while. I feel like they're going to look like freaking the Crypt Keepers or something like that. So it's going to be nice to like very remotely touch kind of base with them and some of the other Yes Men peeps and see what they've been up to in this How Do You Do Satire in a world where satire died in 2016. So I'm going to be in chat here and we're going to go check this out. So hopefully we'll enjoy it, and hopefully you'll enjoy it how much maybe I'll enjoy it. So last talk for the stream for today. Here we go.
It's so good to be here participating in the chaos. I can say that I've intended to for years, but finally, maybe due to the pandemic, I'm finally here. So it's great to be here after observing from afar for about 25 years. Anyway, I was told that the other day that I'm getting kind of old and that the Yes Men are elderly now. And so a lot of people wouldn't,
That's
know
true.
very much about the types of things or what we had been doing. And I'll admit, I've forgotten most of it myself. So I looked through the archives for something that would introduce what we do a little bit. And I found this picture that you see here where I'm holding up an ExxonMobil business card. And then Andy, who's the guy that I work with at the Yes Men, the co-founder of the group,
I helped fund it. Is
there holding a National Petroleum Council card. And this is from an event that we were at in, I think, 2009 or so, where we went to a conference in Calgary, Alberta, representing these 2 companies. We've been weaseling our way into events, conferences, and sometimes online types of venues for over 2 decades now, and representing people in power. And we do one of 2 things. Either we do something satirical and funny in front of an audience that usually thinks we are the most powerful people in the room, or we do something that is more utopian, where we announce the reality that we might like to see, like in our wildest dreams, what we might think ExxonMobil might say if they suddenly turned around and stopped being some of the world's largest climate criminals and had a kind of reckoning and woke up and decided to fight climate change. So anyway, there's been a lot of things that have happened over the last 2 decades in terms of the media landscape and, the sort of flexibility of reality that have made our tactics more or less useful. Also, like who's in power politically makes a difference, because the types of things that we do, this kind of mischief, we find works pretty well when there's people who are movable, who's in office. Whereas if you have a total despotic tyrant, then you have to go to more tactical methods instead of
thank you,
Lex
Marie 782 for following us on
that
Twitter.
are all
I very
about
much appreciate that.
pushing political leaders to change, or about sort of bolstering a movement, like creating some exciting, fun, entertaining media that shows us all that the people that we're fighting are actually really fallible and no different than you and I, despite the kind of power that they hold. So I'm going to go ahead and play a little video clip here. Hopefully it works. This is a video clip from our third Yes Men film.
We don't usually get arrested, but ever since the 1990s, Mike and I have been dressing up in secondhand suits and impersonating big and powerful people.
Hello, this is Reggie Lamprey calling. I'm from the Yes Bush Can campaign.
Hi, this is Kenneth Rung Scratch from the WTO.
My name is Francisco Guerrero.
My name is Fred. I'm from Halliburton. We weasel our way onto center stage. At least for a little while.
Mr. Osmond, you're not even on the directory of HUD. You're not even listed. You don't even have a phone number.
It's come to that, has it?
I love that response.
For the first time, Dow is accepting full responsibility for the Bhopal catastrophe.
For the prank which briefly knocked 3% off Dow shares.
When the jig is up, it makes the news.
It's a group of pranksters who call themselves the Yes Men.
An activist group called Yes Men.
It's not the way most people protest, but it's our way to say no to corporate greed.
Oh.
That skeleton, by the way, is beautiful in person.
So, I just want to give a little bit of backstory. We've made 3 films, 3 feature docs in the last 15 years. We release one, it seems, every 5 years. That's kind of a compilation of a bunch of the antics that we've, the exploits, whatever we want to call them. But a lot of people ask, well, how do you start doing this? Why, not in addition to why, how? And it all kind of happened by accident. I just wanted to start out by showing you the World Trade Organization headquarters in Geneva. This is obviously a pretty large building in one of the most expensive real estate markets in the world. And how did we get our first major kind of exploit
rC3
like this was when
that's
we
the Remote Chaos Computer Congress,
when we actually impersonated the
by the Chaos
WTO.
Computer Club, which is
And
a
so,
big hacker
this is
group
their
in Germany.
headquarters.
Of course,
This
COVID's going on,
at
they're
the
doing
time was
things
our
remotely.
headquarters.
And
You
right
can
now
see this
we're
little
looking at the Yes
hut
Men, who
here
are
is
a
where
group
we
of
lived.
people that I used to work for.
This is
I'm still
a
waiting to
meeting
get
of
the
the
call for it, get
OMC,
back
the
into the
WTO,
action,
and
so
of course,
I'm
this
just
is the
enjoying
kind of
this and
meeting that
chatting
we
with
used to
IRC
have.
and watching it with you folks.
And so
that is very
people
much
say,
what it's
well,
like being
how
Yes Men
did
right
you
there, being
end up
crammed in a small
representing
room
the
waiting.
WTO on television, on stage, at business meetings? Here we are standing with several dignitaries in Australia after a trade conference there. And the answer is actually way simpler than it needs to be. Like a lot of things with social engineering, it's actually a lot dumber and less technical than people imagine.
True.
This is Andy at a computer. That thing down there, that's called a computer. There's a television in the background, a CRT. We had put up a website called gwbush.com that was meant to be a satirical website for George Bush, who at the time was running for president. He wasn't president yet. But you can see that his banner for his website said said education, values, responsibility. It's the banner on the bottom. And then our banner at the top said valuable, educated, prosperous. These are subtle differences, but they're differences that make a big difference in English because and of course in this one, instead of sitting with his wife smiling in front of the Texas State Capitol, he's pointing his finger at Black people. So it was meant to be satirical, but it turned out a lot of people took it seriously anyway.
Like Donald Trump putting out like
and it got a lot of press coverage. This is some old an old Netscape window, browser window here. And then, sorry, it got a lot of press coverage, and actually, George Bush denounced it at several press conferences, and he made a famous quote at the time, although he made tons of famous gaffes. And at this press conference, he said about us, there ought to be limits to freedom. That was what he was suggesting when they asked what they should do about us for making this website that looked like his and made fun of him. We put up a website at GATT.org, which a lot of people associated with the World Trade Organization, because GATT, the Global Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, was the predecessor organization to the WTO and the predecessor, the previously existing agreement. So we had that website. This is actually Bretton Woods, where they first set up the GATT, I believe in 1946.
Having a fun conversation.
And then, of course, the WTO building that you've already seen on the shores of Geneva. Now, in the early 1990s, the late 1990s, there was a big global movement against neoliberalization and neoliberal policies. And the WTO was a big focus of that. And Andy and I were participating. This is one of the marches that you see of people, mostly in the global south, who were rebelling against the free market ideologies that were really hurting the poorest of people in many of those countries. And of course, there were protests, like the famous Battle of Seattle, which was famous because it shut down the city of Seattle during a OMC meeting. And this is a great picture of what it's like to be there at that event. It was, but unfortunately, we couldn't be there. Me and Andy couldn't be there to experience this wonderful feeling of tear gas. And so, feeling left out, we put up a fake website for the WTO. And again, it's a satirical website, but it's at GATT.org. And unlike the WTO's website, the WTO's website was very hard to find out how to talk to anybody there. Although they emphasized their transparency as an organization, they were very hard to actually speak to. And since their webpage had literally thousands of pages of documents, legal documents that you needed to be a lawyer to understand, ultimately it wasn't very transparent. And so our website, on the other hand, GATT.org, was very easy to hit the contact button and get in touch with what a lot of people turned out to think were the WTO. Now, that became news, and the WTO issued a press release saying, warning, fake WTO website.
Fake news.
And so, since they had actually then sent this press release to their entire mailing list, the Google algorithm, which was fairly new at the time, ranked our website very high in the rankings, just below theirs, actually, without any warnings about it being fake. So many people would go to their real WTO website, would fail to be able to get in touch with them, and then instead would actually come to our website. And on our website, we posted these alerts, like fake WTO website misleading the public, just to make sure that people knew that we existed. We wanted to help the WTO do this work of warning people about the fakes, this sort of hall of mirrors. So once again, the word deplorable gets used in reference to us. This here is the then Director General of the WTO, whose name happened to be Mike Moore. and he was from New Zealand. Very different. He's a former prime minister of New Zealand. Very different prime minister
Put a
than they
monocle
have
on
now.
him. He looks
Really.
like the Monopoly guy.
But he held a press conference where he announced that he deplored the fake website and said that they undermine the transparency. And so, of course, we published this on our fake website as well. And then immediately it gets picked up and widely picked up by the press. So without actually going to Seattle, we managed to actually engage the WTO and to get them to talk to us, to address us, and then to get several rounds of media attention that we used to try to redirect traffic to what was happening in Seattle, to what was happening on the ground with the movement. And actually this, for us, we'd been doing things like this before, but for us, this was like a really big win because we realized, wow, this took very little work. It was a lot of fun. And with absolutely no power, you know, you remember what our office looked like compared to the WTO's, we were able to sort of do these moves that would throw a much heavier opponent, like judo moves. And so,
oh god, I remember that
anyway, we got
picture.
into
It's like,
it.
yo,
So
dog,
many
we heard you
people
like
then
computers.
were mistaking our website for theirs.
It's basically becoming a
thanks to,
modern day sysadmin. Same
the sort of
shirt
internet
too.
being so new and the you know, the web, the World Wide Web, and the way search engines worked, that we got a lot of email from people, questions like, could you advise me of the relationship of Gibraltar to the WTO? And this is the Treasury Department of the Isle of Man asking us this question. So, you know, it's fun, it's entertaining. This is another question might be, I would like to interview a WTO spokesperson on South America's new technology sector. By the way, on the relationship of Gibraltar to the WTO, we explained in detail how Gibraltar was a rock south of Spain, a really big rock, basically in between the Mediterranean and the Atlantic Ocean, and the WTO
a really
was
big
this,
rock, also known as
human
Montana.
construction, imagination, organization.
There's more cows
very
than
different
people.
thing. So we became experts basically.
I've showed
very
pictures of
quickly,
Andy
overnight.
on old, outdated computers looking crazy. It's hilarious.
It was a lot of
See,
fun.
here you go.
And then finally, we were so good at it, so good at being the WTO, that we started to get invitations. Can the Director General Mike Moore address our conference in Salzburg? Was a question we got. And well, this is Mike Moore. This is what he looks like. And we realized, damn, we can't possibly be that guy. You know, this is a problem. We can't send him either. So we wrote to them and we said, well, we can't send you Director General Mike Moore, but we would very much like to send a substitute. And that's when they embraced the idea of Andreas Bickelbauer. Dr. Andreas Bickelbauer, which is a name we got out of the Vienna phone book. Actually, a friend of ours, Hans of Ubermorgen, had sort of sponsored our trip by leaving some cash on the table of his apartment and leaving us the keys. So when we arrived in Vienna with our new thrift store suits, we were immediately ready to go to this conference as the World Trade Organization. So that's sort of how it happened in the beginning. This adventure in mischief, which has now lasted 20 years, doing these things in person, was something that just almost sort of like occurred spontaneously. But then once we were onto that and into that, it became quite
boy, do I miss those days. We thought it was bad back then. It's America. It can always get worse.
We got a sport coat. That launched us onto the 20 years of fun and excitement. And we haven't quite landed yet, but I'm worried about that landing because it could be a rough one.
I wonder where's Andy.
So I want to just frame what we're doing a little more. You know,
they've been helping other
some
activists.
of you probably recognize this guy. This is Santa Claus. This is an actual photograph of Santa Claus emerging from a chimney looking at a photographer who happens to be crouched in this room in somebody's house. They both had to break in order to do this. And so my point here is that, we love mischief. We love mischief, and we actually even love trespass. We love breaking in. We love breaking and entering. The stories of crossing borders, crossing boundaries, changing shape, putting on disguises, the masquerade. These are the stories that really carry us through history. They're some of our oldest stories. And this season with Christmas is no exception. Now, the stories have been hijacked and manipulated in a number of ways, just as all information and stories are in our culture. And, Santa Claus's reckless break-ins in order to leave gifts have become something hijacked by capitalism, or in part created by capitalism. But the fact that we want to lean on this idea of him trespassing, I think is really important. It's a key to something. So remember, don't tell anybody, though, as Santa Claus would do. So we have this history. We see it fitting into something that's sort of common to all cultures, and this is the idea of the trickster. This is often a deity, or sometimes it's actually based on a real historical figure that's more recent. But all cultures have these, I won't say all, but nearly all cultures have these trickster characters. There's a few listed on this sort of cartoon image here. Kokopelli of the Hopi or the Zuni, which is, in the United States, in the North America, original people in North America, Anansi, the spider of West Africa, the raven in the Pacific Northwest. It goes on and on because they're everywhere. Everybody has these. And it doesn't take too much digging to find out about your own trickster character in your culture. And since we're kind of in
Jersey Devil,
I think mostly in Germany right now.
Jersey Devil.
And actually, my mother is Dutch, so I'm going to stick with. I'm going to go with Reynard the Fox, or the Fox as a character, as a trickster character. And so we're going to look at a little bit more history through the Fox's lens to frame the types of things that we're doing.
Zero Fox.
Through the
Give
eyes
Zero
of
Fox.
the trickster.
We don't know what he says.
Jesus. Another trickster.
That's not trickster character. That is a sad
I'm not
panda.
a big fan, although I am a fan of some of his original tactics.
I'm trying to think of what Chris Christie would be. Chris Christie's probably closest thing is a very uncool Dionysus.
Somebody had a time machine and went back and got this shot of him riding a donkey into Bethlehem. And, this is
that's just the
nobody
Pindies.
rides a donkey or into Jerusalem. Nobody rides a donkey. It didn't make sense. He did it because he knew that people would talk about it. It was a symbolic action that was meant to project a kind of humility.
Also, he was broke as fuck. People can't afford camels, hence why they ride
tell
donkeys.
Stories about what happened. So the idea was to propagate this myth, which of course worked so well that now we have, we have
literally rode in on his ass.
But here's Nasruddin riding a donkey backwards a century later. And again, an original photo. This is sort of a wise sage coming from out of Turkey and part of Islamic tradition. And again, all these stories, though, are stories of a kind of a wisdom. And these are sort of the reason I say they're tricksters is that they were fighting larger powers. I mean, Jesus was fighting the Romans. Jesus was leading a movement of liberation at the time. It became something entirely different. But we see the same thing. This version of the trickster that's Nasruddin as like a wise man is usually about telling a story where through cleverness and sometimes agility,
so what he's saying is
can
he's like a
outwit
new
others
developer
who have more power, who would otherwise exercise power over them. I mean, there are good tricksters and bad, but we like to focus on the idea of the good trickster. which is those who are fighting power instead of those who are serving power. So here's another example, a modest proposal.
That's
this is a pamphlet published by Jonathan Swift, where he suggested that the Irish eat their babies in order to solve the hunger problem in Ireland, because of course the potato famine was not a famine that was caused by lack of food in that country. It was caused by lack of money, as most famines are. The British were still shipping grains out of Ireland because they made money when people were starving to death because the potato crops had failed. So this is a comment on that. Well, why don't the Irish just eat their own babies? And it's become one of the most famous examples of English satire in history, in English language, that is. This is the 1700s. So the whole point here is that this pamphlet, like a lot of the sort of hacking techniques that we end up using now, this pamphlet was like disguising itself as something else when it was first published. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead. These are a few pictures of the women's movement, but I want to get through this stuff quickly. The whole purpose here is to show you that, again, this obsession with stories, with infiltrating, with causing trouble, which they did, is something that's constant and has continued to happen, to occur. Hang on a second. I'm showing I have low power, but
I just wrote in chat. Wait a minute, the English wrote eat their own young. This would explain their sweatshops and coal mines.
Because this one is not working. But this is a group called Climate Rush that was
I hope none of them are
those
TERFs.
actions. So I'm going to run off and get another power supply. I will be back in just a moment. I'm going to leave you with a picture of Gandhi's Salt March. Now, just a minute. This is actually Srimati Naidu, who is leading one of the Salt Marches. I'll be right back.
I will use this interruption to remind you that you can ask questions at the hashtag rC3one, one spelled out as a word, on Twitter and Mastodon, and also on the IRC. And now we all sing some songs together and wait.
Oh, holy crap. 2020's almost over. I'm afraid of what's going on. Okay, there he goes. There he's back. This is basically what it's like being part of the Yes Men, where somehow everything goes mostly good and we become famous, and yet nothing works. I think that's why I'm too used to the DC 201 stuff, to be honest.
Ah, there, good.
Welcome back.
Thank you. That's not the thing that I expected to stop working. Never had a power supply just stop in the middle. Okay, well, anyway, I was also going to say that a lot of the stuff that we get inspiration from comes from principles of nonviolence, going where you're not supposed to go, crossing borders. This is, again, trickster tactics. So the tactics of civil disobedience are the same kind of tactics that we use when we infiltrate and do something at a business meeting. It's doing something illegal, something that it is illegal, but might, of course, have just ends in mind, or might even be the right thing to do. So the Salt March in India during the Indian independence movement was where, people marched to the sea and made salt, which was illegal because it was being taxed by the British. And it's one of the ways that the British Crown was suppressing the local populations and preventing India from having autonomy and from being able to break the yoke of colonialism. So again, the idea was to try to cross those boundaries and to do it in a way that was visible to the world. Another example is the bus protests in the United States during the Civil Rights Movement. This is a woman actually well before Rosa Parks, who's this photo here is of, there was this woman whose last name was Morgan, who, this is over a decade earlier, who was riding on the bus and refused to give up her seat. And so there are many, many people doing these sorts of tactics, which were really about crossing these borders, crossing these boundaries. All right, I'm going to move ahead here through a few more slides of occupations, things like the American Indian movement. That was, sorry, this is Indians of all tribes occupying Alcatraz, saying this space is ours. This is after the prison had left the island. This is just off the coast of San Francisco in 1971. And again, at Standing Rock, same kinds of tactics, occupation, refusing to move, then getting moved by the authorities in a display of violence that shows really that should, in theory at least, be embarrassing for those wielding power when they claim to be benevolent. Billboard alteration, another simple transgression, you know, it's just like going up there and changing a billboard. Street signs, you can change the street sign to Malcolm X Street, which is something that in the early 90s I was doing in Portland, Oregon. And this was in protest of them
Remember
not naming
Portland,
the street for
Oregon.
Martin Luther
There's a
King.
reason why a lot of the
Sometimes it's as
activists
simple as
in
changing an
those
existing
areas
sign,
are
like
really hardened and
Hollyweed. I
experienced
show this because
of how
it's a
much of
successful campaign.
It's basically Florida of
You
the
know, weed
Northwest.
is now
So.
pretty much legal in, well, it's legal in California, and it will be soon probably in most of the United States, if not all. And things like banner hangs. Again, going where you're not supposed to, getting your message there. If you don't have the money for a banner, you can draw it on a beach. You can put on a costume like Super Barrio in Mexico City.
Lord Buckethead.
This is after the earthquake in 1987. This guy showed up wearing a wrestling outfit and demanded rights for the poor people in Mexico and the neighborhoods that weren't being repaired by the government. And people loved him so much, and the media loved him so much, that when he started to challenge political leaders to wrestling matches, they kind of had to show up and talk to him. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing. So this is an example of using some kind of flamboyant tactic in plain sight to go places you're not allowed to go. And then again, the masked man, the identity here
very well,
for the Zapatistas is sort of the flip side
I've used at multiple protests.
The obscured identity.
If you dress like a yuppie, not only will the cops
wearing a mask because you have to, because you're
literally
actually
be invisible
participating
to you,
in an armed rebellion,
but they'll actively help you and tell you stuff that they're not supposed to tell you about their operations.
Was really thinking very much about their media image and about presenting their revolution to the world and having it exist on a global stage. Oh, and here's Comandante Ramona, who's the leader of the Zapatistas, with Subcomandante Marcos. And again, thinking about who is in charge here. It's this under 5 foot tall indigenous elder who is running the Zapatista revolution at the time in 1994. Just one or two more slides here of other things to put it all in context. Here's a group called the Space Hijackers.
Love these
one
folks.
Of their tanks. They had a few. They bought a few tanks. It turns out that in the UK, it's not that hard to buy them. And they dressed as these sort of comic riot police. And this was sort of the clown car that distracted the real riot police, who followed them and then let their other tank roll right into the largest arms show in the world in London. So sometimes these plots involve decoys, involve many layers in order to access these venues. Oh, this is a picture of a teddy bear catapult. The fun thing about this was at the FTAA protest in in Quebec City, in Canada. And the fun thing about this is that it created a dilemma for the police, because the world leaders were meeting inside the fortress city. Literally, it's the only fortress city in North America. Europe has a lot of them, but this is at the top of the hill. There's a fort in Quebec, and that's where they were meeting. And of course, the anti-globalization activists surrounded it and laid siege to it. And one group built this hilarious catapult and was flinging teddy bears in. And the police were faced with a decision: do we stop the teddy bears from being flung in? And do we arrest the catapult and then look ridiculous walking away with it? Or do we let them keep flinging? Neither option was a good one. They arrested the
NYPD
activists,
would just
and
destroy it, light it on fire, and blame it on Democrats.
Hilarious picture of them hauling around a catapult with teddy bears.
Plant a knife on it while sprinkling cocaine.
If you can't make a catapult,
oh look, a
you
U.S.
don't have the
libertarian.
means, maybe you have some bread and you can strap it to your head, like at the in the Egyptian, the recent revolution in the Arab Spring, where people were strapping all kinds of things to their heads to make a statement about the violence that was being perpetrated against them. Because of course the state was saying that they were creating the violence, and the activists were saying, no, we don't even have helmets. We're gonna just strap whatever we have to our head. And it became a hilarious living meme where people are walking around with all kinds of crazy makeshift helmets. One more image, the flying penis that attacked Yuri Kasparov, and I think what became a very popular viral video.
Hang on
for its
a moment here.
And you can look this
I'm
up.
going to let the
But this is
audio for
also
that
a
because
warning,
unfortunately,
because this
hopefully,
phallus, which is flying,
nothing too crazy has
it's
happened
like an
with
RC
Twitch or YouTube
helicopter
or anything.
with a
We will
dildo
find out
attached to
very
it.
shortly.
And this thing, which was flown against
That's part of the
Kasparov,
risk that
who
you
was
run
at the time the strongest
doing
opposition
streams from
candidate
Europe.
to Putin, could very well be the KGB's flying phallus. So everybody uses these tactics. And I say that because, you know, it became a really popular and embarrassing video that was against Kasparov. It was, and so, you know, who knows who was behind it, who was at the controls. So to go back to what we do at the Yes Men, we are not beneath a few phallic metaphors ourselves, because it works really well when you're trying to impersonate people in power. This is an example of one time when we went to a conference in Finland representing the WTO and announced that the WTO's solution to the problem of sweatshops was this thing called the Employee Visualization Appendage, which was a 3-foot-long phallus that had a kind of heads-up display on it that allowed you to see your remote workers anywhere in the world and give them electric shock. And of course, the audience loved it because they thought we were the most powerful people in the room. At the beginning of the talk, we were wearing business suits, and we made a breakaway business suit that I could tear off of Andy in one quick movement. And then this 3-foot-long inflatable phallus was instantly deployed with a CO2 cartridge. So it inflated in a matter of...
Hey, chat, we're just going to see if we're blocked yet. We're just going to do a
half.
test because I'm sure we're not.
And
But I
this
just want to make
is
sure I'm going to do the test.
a story from the newspaper, the second largest daily in Finland, that sort of explains a little bit
Okay, everything works.
about the WTO's plans.
I can put the image back.
I don't know how well you could see those
God, they're
videos.
I hope they play this as a video. This is like
Can
my
I get
favorite
a little
Yes Men
feedback
prank
on
of all
that?
time.
Can anybody tell me how easy it was to see some of the video?
It looked okay. The sound was great, and the video was very stuttery, but you could do it.
Okay, so I'll show a little bit more video. I'm going to actually show. I'm going to skip this one. This is a time that this is probably the most famous of the things that we've done. It's in our second film, which is called The Yes Men. the yes men fix the world, and you can find that it's on the wherever YouTube, other places, file sharing, and this is where Andy was representing he was representing Dow Chemical on a live television broadcast on the 20th anniversary of the Bhopal catastrophe, and as Dow Chemical, he took responsibility for the disaster and offered to pay back the victims and meet their demands and clean up the plant site. So sometimes we use that tactic where we, if we're given enough power and we have the right platform, it's incredibly useful to announce a sort of utopian solution or to announce that the company that you're targeting is meeting the demands that activists have been asking for years, because then
I think we're good. I think at worst
company
comes worst on
in a
YouTube. I might have to
real
go and
dilemma.
edit a little bit
They
out.
have no good choice. They either have to say
D-Live should be
that
fine.
wasn't us
They're
and we are
crazy and
not
decentralized.
fixing the problem that we created, or if they ignore it, then they have this disinformation
I hate this
out
because it's
there
like we have to be
in the
Sesame
universe.
Street,
It
and we're
means
not.
that they have to.
No one
they
is.
have
It's
to
the
act.
goddamn internet. Like the goddamn
So
Batman.
I'm gonna skip that, and I'm gonna go to this, which is a slightly more recent thing.
This is still
also
good, but
pretty
I
old,
wish
though.
we'd
This
see
is,
the
I
video
think,
for that original one because that was
in
just
our
amazing.
last Yes Men movement called The Yes Men Are Revolting. And what we're doing here is creating a replica of the stage at the Copenhagen Climate Conference. So this is 2009, the COP15. And the reason we just wanted to create something that looked enough like it so that we could make internet videos to embed in our fake website that would allow us to make announcements as the COP15 that would, as the official climate conference on behalf of Canada and Uganda. And I'm going to play a little video here.
Oh, that bit
right. Well, while Terry was looking through those documents, the world was laughing at Canada because of another one. It surfaced as a press release, or so everyone believed. But soon it was clear Canada had been punked. Leslie McKinnon reports.
First, there was this demo inside Parliament. 20 or so protesters who caused a minor stir. Then this Greenpeace caper. But that got mostly reported as a breach of security story. Neither managed to get Canada's climate policy as much attention in Copenhagen as today's multi-layered hoax. The day began with this press release announcing the astonishing news that Canada was suddenly doubling its emissions cuts to 40% below 1990 levels by 2020, and that it would generously pony up $13 billion to be allocated to the African countries for emissions reduction. Then there was this article about it on what looked like the Wall Street Journal's website. Then this, a news conference purportedly by the Ugandan delegate, posted on what looked like the Copenhagen Conference
They
website.
fooled everyone on this. This was so fun. I wish they would show the gun one too. The gun one was really good.
The speaker compared Canada's oil reserves to a loaded gun.
And seemed ready to pull the trigger on millions of us around the globe. You left us no choice but to see you as criminal.
But a press release from Environment Canada followed that seemingly deplored the spoof releases and false hopes. This turned out to be a hoax. In fact, it was all a hoax.
You think it's a game, but it's not a game, it's a serious issue.
You're playing games, I'm not playing games. However, truth can be stranger than fiction. This is the Prime Minister's spokesman blaming the stunt on Stephen Guilbeault of the environment group Equiterre.
And I want an apology.
And this is also the real thing.
I was in the plenary session at the time that this happened, and I really can't comment any further.
Why is it a hoax that Canada's going to do the right thing?
This environmentalist thinks the whole elaborate joke worked.
I had nothing to do with this one, but I'm really happy that they did it.
As to who pulled this off, there are reports tonight it's a group of pranksters who call themselves the Yes Men. They say they'll have a press conference tomorrow.
Merry pranksters!
If you can believe that. Leslie McKinnon, CBC News, Ottawa.
Well, that climate-related stunt is one of many that have happened lately.
Okay, so just to wrap that little thing up, You can see here that we're just in a basement, basically. These microphones are just made out of pipe cleaners and electrical tape. We printed out a bunch of, we had to make our own teleprompter, print out a bunch of the logos and paste them up on the wall. We used the reverse shots of the audience for the videos from other videos that we found already on their website. And it created this kind of illusion where we could do both the big conference room and the press briefing room fairly easily. So we made several videos, and then eventually we had the press conference the next day, which highlighted mostly the position of the Ugandan participants in this project, in particular Kadili Chandia, who's there sitting in the middle in that red suit. I just wanted to show that because
yes, I was also there for the New York
really
Post.
interesting. That's again, it's 10 years old, and it was effective at that moment, and there weren't a lot of people talking about fake news at that time. But something that people are really concerned about now is whether these tactics work anymore, and I think it just depends on the context. We found that sometimes they work really well. In fact, we had a successful action a few weeks ago that got a lot of attention for the Bank of England's fiscal policy. But they don't really work very well against the rogue head of state like Donald Trump or something. There's no amount of satire or kind of like utopian thinking that can work on that kind of wild card. Just to end the talking part or the ranting part, here we have an image of Reynard the Fox, which is of course something I'd like to leave you with. And I think getting in touch with all of our trickster roots is a good thing to do, because when we find the roots, we also find that we have common ground with everybody else who has trickster characters in their cultural histories. And this is, remember, only confused from below. This is one of our primary tenets of Confucianism. And we've started a school called the Trickster Academy. We can talk about that later. Okay, I'm going to stop sharing and talk to you in person.
I think I'm back.
Great.
All right.
I think you're back too.
That's okay. You had a lot of interesting stuff to say.
A little bit of talking.
I got ambitious with saying things.
And I think the phrase "the KGB's flying phallus" is one for the ages.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe the phallus people are here now and can come forward and ask a question or tell us who they are. But as far as I know, nobody knows. It could still be the KGB.
All right, we have the first questions. Why are you guys always such assholes?
Yeah, that's a really good question. We're always such assholes because we don't care about what people think about us.
Yes.
I was once at a party where me and my brother had built this giant tower of chairs in the swimming pool, because it was like this fancy place. We didn't get to go to fancy places like that. And we dive off the giant tower of chairs, and it was great fun. We thought we knew how to have a party, but apparently people were really offended. And then somebody lost their golden necklace in the pool. And so we, of course, were swimming, and we went and found it for